When I contacted him about coming, immediately I felt a sense of warmth in the phone calls, and we seemed to connect, that he would choose from among many invitations to come, that he would come here. And reflecting on his book titles, remember the one, I don't have it up here with me, the one on If God is Love, Don't Be a Jerk. You have it there, right. He's not a jerk. And, the other book about the messy church. He's not messy. He's very well organized. So, and, of course, this new book, Worth Fighting For. The subtitle is the theme of this conference, Finding Courage and Compassion When Cruelty is Trending. I can't think of a more relevant topic for us. So, with me, would you welcome John?
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Well, good morning, friends. It is such a joy to be with you today, and we have had a fantastic weekend already. If you were here, at Ohio State University for our gathering, you may have heard some of the words you're going to hear today. Act surprised, right? I'm going to say them again so that others can hear them. And if you're here yesterday for our empathyology, compassion fatigue session, be surprised, act surprised. But I am just so honored to be here with the lovers and the healers and the fighters and the activists and the caregivers and the damn givers, and that's who you are. And it is just, there's no greater place to gather than when people of compassion and love gather to figure out how we do this better in a world that so desperately needs this. I'm going to share some of my story over my time with you, but I want to hear your story, because this weekend is really exciting, and not because I'm here. It's exciting because humanity has never been arranged in this specific configuration in the history of the planet. We have never all gathered to share this space and time. And so what we do here today is historic. And what we do here today is unprecedented. And what we're doing here today, if we do it correctly, can alter the world outside this building. Do you believe that? I do. And that's the important thing, because we need to make sure that that happens. Because if the only reason we gather here is to encourage one another, that's a beautiful thing. But if that's all we do, if all we do is celebrate our like-heartedness, and we don't leave here changed, then we've wasted this opportunity. And this is a lecture series, but I'm hoping it's going to be a conversation series today, because I've described the relationship that you and I have, and it's an odd one. It's a very one-sided relationship, because you've read some of my writing. You may have heard my voice, or this may be the first time you realize that I did have one, but I've never really heard your voice, and I've never heard your story. And this is the important thing as we begin. It is as valid as anything that you're going to hear from up here, okay? I want to tell you why I'm here today. But first, I want to ask you why you're here. Jason, if I go a little bit further forward, will you still be able to catch me on camera? Fantastic. Would you do me a favor and tell me what brought you to this room today? Just raise your hand, I'll call on you, and I'll repeat your answer. Yes, ma'am. A friend told you about me coming, and did you know anything about who I was before that? Not a lot. Okay, well, thank you for your courage. Well, I'm grateful. Thank you for making that step, and the doors are now locked, so I'm sorry if you think that was a terrible decision. Why else do you here, friends? Yes.
I follow you on Facebook and blogs and agree with everything that your beliefs align with.
Well, thank you. So you follow me on social media, our beliefs align, and you sort of said, I agree with everything that you write or say, and which is more than I do. I don't even agree with myself all the time, but I'm grateful. Thank you. I'm glad the words are an encouragement. Yes, ma'am.
I'm the director of a nonprofit that works on social justice issues, and you really speak to me.
You're the director of a nonprofit that works on social justice issues, and the words speak to you. I'm so glad. You know, that's part of what we're going to talk about today, that there is no social justice activity separated from our faith. It is breathing. So if you ever hear someone say, why are you into all this social justice stuff? You can say, you're a person of faith, it's just kind of Jesus stuff. You know, this is the outpouring of our lives. And so I'm grateful that the words about justice matter, because again, we are going to talk about people who are not necessarily here today and how we're going to try to make sure that they are seen and heard and loved no matter where they fall along the theological political spectrum. Yes, ma'am.
I think our world is desperately in need of your voice, and therefore, through you, become our voice, and we have more courage to speak up for change.
So there's a feeling that the voice that you hear in the things that I share is a voice that's necessary, and that we all need to have that. And that is the heart. See, we could do this separately, but we're doing it together in real time, because we are going to figure out collectively how we emulate the love of God, or just the love of humanity. If you are not a person of faith, let me tell you this right now. Exhale. We're glad that you're here. There is not a prerequisite to be a person of faith necessarily to embrace what we're going to talk about. I'm going to speak from my perspective, as the Christian story is the story that I grew up with, but I want you to feel welcome here. A couple others. Why are you here? Yes, ma'am. In the hoodie.
I also similar, we have a new nonprofit, and we're pushing civic engagement through connection and community, so this is a perfect fit.
Okay, a new nonprofit looking at civic engagement through connection and community. Fantastic. I'm so glad that you're here. Yes, ma'am.
I'm a member of this church, and I like to be stimulated.
You're a member of this church, you like to be stimulated. Well, hopefully, if she starts falling asleep, just give her an elbow. Yes, ma'am. In the back there. You're struggling to remain open-hearted and open-minded, and you need some encouragement. And the sad thing is, you're the only one in this room who feels that way. I think you're in good company here. Well, I'm going to hear more of your stories. I'm going to ask for more of your perspectives during our time together. But let me tell you a little bit about why I'm here. I'm here because I've been a pastor in the local church for nearly really over 25 years now, and I've seen things in the church that are spectacularly beautiful, and I have seen things in the church that I have grieved over, and it seems like more and more it's the latter and not the former. So the more I look at our nation and I see an expression of Christianity that claims the same Jesus that I grew up with, but it doesn't feel like it's made of the same stuff. I'm here because I believe that everyone has the same inherent worth, every human being, and yet there are so many in the church and in our government who don't seem to understand that anymore. And I want to stand alongside those who are lovers of all people, and I think that's who you are. I'm here because I've been a Christian for most of my life. I'm still a Christian struggling to figure out what that means. And I have more and more difficulty claiming that title because I know what the word Christian aligns me with in the minds of so many people. And so I am trying to be, if I'm going to be a Christian, I want to be an expectation-defying Christian. I want people who think they know what believers are like because they've seen something predatory and exclusionary and ugly, and I want them to say, I had no idea that that's who you people could be. And I'm here, friends, because this is the most toxic, most diversity-resistant, most compassionless movement in our lifetimes, and because silence in the face of it is participation in it. And I want to be loud and loving at the same time. Do you know you can be loud and loving at the same time? And that's what we're going to leave here trying to do. And I'm here because life is difficult and it's heavy on its best days. And guess what? This is not the best of days. Because spiritual community and the people of faith in this world, the people of morality and the people of conscience should lighten the load off of people and make this life easier. We should be here to alleviate burdens, to fix up wounds, to repair broken systems. Is that why we're here? I hope so. Now we're going to have a conversation, and here's an important caveat to today. I don't need your theological conclusions to match with mine. I would like them to, because then we'd all be right. Right? I don't need you to leave here with your politics or your religion aligning. I hope that when you leave here, you're going to be stretched from where you are to a place of greater compassion, of deeper courage, of wider, more expansive love. And it's really a joy to be able to speak with you, because the written word is fraught with problems, isn't it? The written word can actually be so misunderstood. There's a book, a library of writings about religion. It's called the Bible. You may have heard of it. The written word is fraught with misunderstandings and the potential for difficulties when translating that. And I know that's true about the work I do. The written word can be misunderstood because we all receive those words very personally. Sometimes people come up to me after events, like a woman recently, and she said, John, I've been reading your writing for a long time. And I said, thank you. And she said, after hearing you speak today, I don't think you're as much of a jerk as I thought you were before I got here. That was my mom, which was odd. So there's a question I've been asking over the past 2 days. I'm going to ask it again as we begin. And the question is, how did I end up here? How did you end up here on a beautiful Saturday wanting to talk with other people about courage and compassion? How did you end up here? How did you become the person that you are? And that is tied to your road and to your story. And we're going to ask that question about our nation, and we're going to ask it about the church as well. I received a piece of mail about 4 years ago, maybe 5 now. Now, I don't usually get unsolicited snail mail to my home. When I do, it's usually very unkind words written in crayon, with spelling errors, and it's usually someone telling me that I'm going to hell or something lovely like that. In the name of God, I wanted to let you know I was praying for you. But this was a different piece of mail. This was a little cream-colored envelope, and the writing on it was so precise, and it was cursive writing, so I knew it was an older person, because we've given up that. And I opened this in this right near the mailbox, and I'm standing there, and it was a card from a woman named Margaret, who was now 90. And she said, I was born in the Netherlands and lived part of my childhood under Hitler's regime. She said, my father was a political prisoner who had been held captive and tortured for 10 months before eventually dying in Dachau, in the concentration camp. And she said she'd written to me because she saw a painful history that she'd personally lived and suffered through, and grief through now appearing to be repeating itself here. And she said, I'm terrified because of the dehumanizing language I'm hearing and the violence that's being encouraged and the open hatred of dissension and difference. And she said, it's bringing back disturbing memories that I don't want to relive because it's the same iconography, it's the same rhetoric. And she said, and the worst part of all of this is that once again, this is a movement of people who are claiming to be Christian. And she said, and once again, I don't understand. And Margaret asked me how such a thing could happen this far after the trauma that she'd endured, and how many millions had suffered, and how could people who say they love Jesus be so far from the heart of the original mission? And she said, keep working for a Christianity that resembles Jesus. And this is what I've been trying to do, and this is the work we're here to do, if we are people of faith. I want to share a little bit of my story, if you don't mind me doing that, because I want you to know where my heart is and where I've come through, because again, you're a product of your story. I was an agnostic with suspicions, and I was sitting right around here in the highly polished second pew of a small suburban Pennsylvania church where my wife and I had recently been married. And the service was ending, and I was wrestling with deep theological questions. Like, where were we going to eat this afternoon? And could the Eagles' offensive line handle the Giants' defensive pressure? Very theological debates. And a woman tapped me on the shoulder, and she was smiling, a special kind of smile, the smile of someone who is going to ask you for something. She said, John, I've been thinking about you and praying about you, and I think you would make the most amazing youth leader. And I smiled and thought to myself, I know you. You're the current youth leader. She had done her time. She had paid her debt to society. She was getting out on good behavior. She needed a victim, a sucker, a volunteer. She needed a minister of the Lord. And I fit the two main criteria for a small church youth worker. I was young, and I was there. And she said, what would you think about coming to our youth meeting tonight, just hanging out with our teenagers? And I thought, what could that alter about the complete trajectory of my life? And so it was a pivot point moment for me. A moment when you say a simple yes, and it's disguised as an ordinary moment, so you don't really understand the gravity of the situation, but everything is going to change. And I walked down into this moldy church basement. There was Civil War era furniture, leaky bean bags, and it's kind of bad news bears, 6 or 7 kids. And something happened there. Over the next weeks and months, I realized that I had a heart for teenagers, that I wanted to spend time with the people most reasonable adults avoided, right? I was like a demented storm chaser. Like, that looks horrible, let's go there. And something happened as I began teaching these young people about a faith that I did not fully have at that moment, not that anyone ever fully does, but my faith began to grow. And with that, the ministry happened to grow. And I had opportunities to pursue ministry, which was never in the plan. All of this, it's a complete shock to me. And I finally left my career as an art director working for the Franklin Mint. If you're familiar with the Franklin Mint, you may know that I worked on some of those Princess Diana plates and the Lord of the Rings chess sets that you have sitting collecting dust somewhere. But I left and began this road of ministry that has led me to be with you today, and that was 25 years ago. Now, the past decade of that time has been spent ministering to a sprawling, disparate virtual congregation all over the planet. And in my travels, both in person and online, I hear stories, hundreds of them, like the ones we're going to talk about today. And at this point in the work that I do, I don't consider myself an author or a speaker or even a pastor primarily. I consider myself a collector of stories, a war correspondent. And the reason is because I enter into a different city, a place where I've never been. I didn't know Ames, Ohio existed for much of my life. But it does. And I'm here and I step into the trenches of life with people and I say, tell me what's happening here on the ground so I can tell the folks back home. And I take down those stories and I sit with people, and this gives me a front row seat to their varied experience of being human. People give me proximity to their pain. They tell me their stories, they reveal to me their grief. They talk about their dreams. And I look for the places in their story where their voices break. And I look into their eyes and I ask myself, what are they trying to say that they cannot quite verbalize? What do they wish they could say to others if their voices could carry? How can I connect their humanity to humanity that does not share the same geographic or relational space with them? How can I find the patterns in these disparate experiences and help people understand one another? And so that's the work that I've been doing. And it's because I care so deeply about this journey, the people that I've met, the beautiful things I've seen done in the name of God, that I'm still doing this work. Now, for the first decade of my experience as a pastor in the local church, it was all a surprise. I was not supposed to be there, so I entered the church with eyes that see differently. I wasn't some sort of childhood pastor wannabe that suddenly said, this is what I've always wanted to do. I felt like I have imposter syndrome all the time. But I felt like I was undercover learning about the church. I had a different mindset. And for the first 10 years, I loved it. For the first 10 years of ministry, it felt like home to me. But something started to shift. And you may understand this because maybe you've shifted a little too. If we had met, let's say 15 years ago, I would not be the mere mortal who's standing before you right now. I was someone different. I was super Christian mega pastor man. Super Christian mega pastor man. I was preaching to thousands of people. We were doing huge ministries. Hundreds of students in my youth group. Hundreds of volunteers. We were doing meaningful work that I loved. I was surrounded by opportunities. But if I was super Christian mega pastor man, I began experiencing two forms of kryptonite that I want us to set the table with today. The first was that I started having theological questions. Now, you're much more spiritual than me, so you've never had those. I started to have questions about the nature of intercessory prayer, the infallibility of Scripture, the theology of sexuality that we were teaching, the existence of hell, the lack of female pastors in our church. I'm starting to ask all these theological questions, and you may have understood those existential crises. Maybe you're having some of them now. If you are, celebrate it. But I started to have that. It's one thing to have those theological questions as a civilian pew sitter. But to be up here and to speak with authority and to have to say with confidence, this is who God is, this is what God says, and this is how you are to respond based on what this God says. I realized there was arrogance in that. And part of the problem with what we're seeing in America right now is that there is a theology of arrogance, which becomes a theology of cruelty. But we'll talk more about that. But as I began to speak in that context, friends, as a confident pastor who didn't quite have all the confidence, I started to feel the collective weight of the expectations of my community. And I would speak messages and know the people who it was going to anger. I'd say, oh, if I say this, the Nelsons are going to have a problem with this, and I'm going to have to hear about it later. Or I said, I could nudge the community this far and speak about my doubts, but I really can't go all the way. And so I began to soften my words. I began to avoid some of the hard, confrontational things that I felt I needed to say. Because there was a growing gap between the person I felt called to be the more I followed this Jesus and the pastor I was expected to be. And as we think about spiritual community, and especially the church in America and the pitfalls of it and how it ends up being where it might be today, is because I think there is a lack of courage to ask the questions about who we are and what we're doing and why we're teaching what we're teaching. Because the problem was the people, I was thinking as I was speaking, oh, if they knew the questions I had, that would be a liability for me, right? I said, these people are not going to want a pastor who says, hey, good morning, we're going to talk about something. I'm not even sure if I believe this passage or not, but we're going to talk about it. Or this doesn't seem right for some reason. And can you imagine, right, if I as a minister did that, so I was terrified. But what was happening was the people in those chairs were going, oh, look at how sure of himself he is. I have questions, but he doesn't. I have doubts, he doesn't seem to. So my questions and my doubts are not safe here. And we began to participate together in a conspiracy of pretending. And one of the things I want you to do today is embrace the questions, embrace the doubts, love the tensions, and bring them to your communities. Because that was a little bit of kryptonite that I was facing that maybe you have heard someone else experience, but not yourself. But the other sort of problem was that I realized that after years of ministry, after walking in the American church, that I had now, the church had actually shrunken my table. That actually now, I was only around people who really only Christians. And really only Christians from my church. And really only Christians from my church who believed what I believed. And only Christians from my church who believed what I believe, who I liked, which was only really one or two people. It's actually just my wife. We were just in an empty room. But I started to believe, friends, that I was a better person before I was a pastor. Because before I was a pastor, I had a diverse community around me. I didn't morally evaluate the people in my path. There were no ins and outs then. And so I wanted to become again the person that I was before I became a pastor. Because I decided I'm just going to be up there and I'm just going to preach everything. I'm going to preach the questions. I'm going to confront the systems. I'm going to say everything because you know what? God is not afraid of our questions. Only the people who say they believe in God are afraid of the questions. There is no insecurity in whoever and whatever God is. But there is insecurity in flawed and failing human beings who are trying to figure out not only the world, but how do I treat other people? So that's what I began doing. And I started at a new church. And after like 5 months in that new church, I heard God calling me to leave it. And it came in the form of my pastor's voice saying, "You're fired." I'd like to say it was in my quiet time, but it was on a Thursday afternoon at a Starbucks. hearing someone say, surrounded by people drinking coffee and enjoying life, the pastor said, "You don't belong here. You never belonged here." And he was right. Because I was developing a heart for vulnerable people, and I was finding that the system that I was part of was damaging those people. Because the more I decided to expand my table again and get the stories of people whose experience of the church or America or citizenship or healthcare was different from my own, and those stories started to change me. And so this pastor was simply doing what he was supposed to do, because I know what I was taught about people like me when I was 10 years earlier in my career. And I share that because I want you to hear that I love this thing that we're going to be kind of fighting with. And I think all of us, whether we're people of faith or not, we should always be wrestling with our former story. We should always be challenging the things we assume. And for me, there was a tension in realizing that there are fewer entities in America that have been more powerful agents of inequity than the American white Christian church. Along lines of race and gender and sexual orientation and socioeconomic level, religion, as much as we want to believe it has bent the arc of the moral universe toward justice, and it has bent it away as well. I asked you the question, how did you end up here? And we're asking it of our country, aren't we? How did we end up here in 2024? We're still arguing the value of a black life. We're still debating whether a person can marry someone they love. We're still debating whether a woman should have autonomy over her own body and existence. We're still arguing whether other faith traditions are valid. We're still here being afflicted with the same bigotry that killed Dr. Martin Luther King 56 years ago this week. How are we still here? And we're not going to debate whether or not America is a Christian nation, because we all know that it is not. What we're going to do is try to ask ourselves, how can we, if we are people of faith, morality, and conscience, enter into something that is still so broken and figure out what redemptive things we can do together? How did we end up here in the church? How did we end up here where 81% of a huge segment of religious people have tethered themselves to something that seems completely devoid of Jesus? How does this happen? There are smarter people in this room, students of history, who can talk about some of that. I'm going to try to speak in my limited understanding of what has happened in my neighborhood, which is the American church. As a pastor, much of those churches in the South. But I think we've reached this place because we have a poverty of empathy. That's why courage and compassion are so important. I think we have a close-fistedness, a callousness toward people who are vulnerable that is somehow rising up in this country. There is a growing silence in the face of injustice. We have been so saturated with bad news that we now become apathetic to too much of it. So here's the question that I'm going to ask you, and it may be a difficult one to answer. Is a Christianity in the image of Jesus still possible? Is a Christianity in the image of Jesus still possible in this country, knowing what this country tends to value? We've talked about this yesterday. There is this American dream, and the American dream tends to lend itself toward individualism. Any one person can do anything, and they can have success and opportunity. And that's a beautiful impulse, but the problem, it takes all the attention off of community, of the collective. And so we've got this American personal freedom, and then we've got this idea of collective liberation and their intention. We've got this consumerism, this capitalism, this push after things and acquiring stuff. And then we've got a tradition that says if you have too many things, share the things you have. Don't buy bigger barns. Don't get a storage system. Hello? So we're trying to do something that is noble. Even, again, if you're not religious, those of us who are people of faith here, who are coming out of a Christian tradition, we're in a Christian church, are trying to say, if Jesus meant these things, what does that mean for us? If this is all, the Sermon on the Mount actually means something, what are we doing here? You know, you hear a lot about the talk of civil war right now, right? I personally don't think we're never going to be in a civil war again, in the fact that we're never going to have physical, massive physical altercations. We're never going to have widespread personal violence, physical violence. I think we're entering a relational Cold War. I think where all of this is going to settle in is not in just the idea of politics or religion. It's going to settle into your living rooms and your neighborhoods and your friendships and your churches, because this is not theological or political. It is personal. It is human stuff at its core. And in this environment, friends, courage and compassion are countercultural. Not in the culture war battle posture rhetoric that we hear so much of. It's countercultural in that we are looked at as unusual because we care so deeply about humanity that it's actually caused us to want to spend time together to cultivate it. I've been talking with you over the weekend about two wounds, the wounds of the world and the wounds you sustain attending to them. And I want you to make sure that you're attending to both, the wounds of the world and the wounds you sustain. Because you are here because you are activists and healers and hope givers and dam givers, and you care and you love and you work and you're an ally and you're an advocate, and it's exhausting. Matthew, one of the writers of one of the biographies of Jesus, the gospel stories, says Jesus went through all the towns and villages, teaching in their synagogues, proclaiming the good news of the kingdom, healing every disease and sickness. And when he saw the crowds, he had compassion on them because they were harassed and helpless like sheep without a shepherd. And then he said to his disciples, "The harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few. Ask the Lord of the harvest, therefore, to send out workers into his harvest field." You've probably, if you grew up anywhere near the church, you've heard this story before. Well, I want you to hear it again. Because this passage gives not only a description of the what of Jesus' ministry, but a profound insight into the why of Jesus' ministry. We see a Jesus who is moved with compassion, and that compassion becomes the central lens through which he views everyone in his path. And he sees not what they are doing, but what the world is doing to them. We know what it's like when we have a group of people who claim to be religious and all they see are the flaws and failings and perceived sins of others. Jesus doesn't look at that. He looks at what the world is doing to these people, and he says they are harassed and helpless like sheep without a shepherd. Do you ever feel harassed and helpless? Because when we read something like that, we think usually, oh, we're Jesus, or we're with Jesus, right? We're reading that or hearing that, and you're thinking, yes, there are the harassed and helpless people out there. I'm going to pay attention. Forgetting to look in the mirror and say, you're harassed and helpless too. Again, the wounds of the world and the wounds we sustain attending to them. Jesus lived a practical theology of empathy. one fueled by what we're going to call a ferocity for humanity that always expanded to reach the hungry, to reach the hurting, the forgotten, the invisible. And I know if you've seen me over the past couple of days, you've heard me recount this story, but I want to tell it again because I enjoy it. Because it was a pivot point for me. I grew up in Syracuse, New York, in a fairly traditional Italian Roman Catholic family. Anybody else here like that? Raised on gluten and guilt, right? And I was a fairly good human being, I think. I was raised with some good stories. I had the story of a family who was for me. They told me they were in my corner. I could do anything. I could be anything, even president, because anybody can be president. Anybody. Anyway, just kidding. And I had a God story, and in my God story, God was, and God was good. And this God was massive and made everything, yet knew me intimately and loved me completely. It was, I believe, a true and beautiful story. But I also had some false stories too. I had false stories about people of color. I had false stories about gay people. I had false stories about Muslims. And in all those false stories, I seemed to be just a little bit more deserving of the love of this great big God than they did. And if I had stayed there in that place, I inherited those stories not from adults who were sinister. They were just people who are only around people who looked and talked and thought and believed and worshiped and loved the way that they did. And if I had stayed there, I would have been a decent person, but I would have far too small a table for the God I said I believed in, and I would be living on false stories about so many people. And then I got to Philadelphia to study in the heart of the city, and it was like being, when you go to a carnival, and there's little ping pong balls, and there's little fish bowls, and you try to throw the ping pong ball in the fish bowl, and if you get it, you get to take home a fish, right? And you get it in that little Ziploc baggie, and you take it home, and if you have an aquarium, you can't just drop it in because the system shock will overwhelm the fish, and you'll have a dead fish. You have to acclimate it. I was dropped from 30,000 feet into the heart of the city of brotherly love. And there I saw diversity I'd never experienced, poverty that I was not aware existed. And as I've told you yesterday, I didn't experience diversity and poverty as theological debates or political arguments or philosophical discussions, but as names and faces and lives and stories. And those stories started to change me. And as I said, I got home for Thanksgiving break freshman year. My father was there, and he was a little bit more conservative than me. We started to have a conversation that I would call Poor People and Why They're Poor. And as he was talking, saying the things he had always said, I just said, all right, Dad, listen. You don't hear the whole story. You don't understand what's happening out there. You have privilege, and the people that I'm talking to, and I started to bulldoze him with my revelation. I started to share with my father all the wisdom I'd acquired over the past 2 months. And he was shaking his head and laughing, and I said, if you're trying to convince someone of something and they're shaking their head and laughing, you're not doing well. And he said, John, you've turned it into a real bleeding heart. And I said, I'd rather have a bleeding heart than a dead one, Dad. And the fact that I'm still here alive with you means he was far more compassionate than I gave him credit for. But that was the moment that I began to use these empathetic muscles for the first time. It's when I began to realize that the world was about more than my story. It was about the stories that I was intersecting with. It was about stories that I'd never even heard of and didn't even know existed, and that if my faith was going to mean anything, I wanted to be someone who does the work that Jesus was doing. And see, now that I was outside of organized religion for a brief moment at least, I said, I am now going to decide to be the kind of believer that I didn't think I could be in the church. I'm going to ask anything and say everything. Friends, we can look at America and we can look at the church and we can ask anything and we can say everything if we do it in love That's why courage and compassion are so important today. Now, we're going to talk about courage and compassion. We did a whole workshop on it yesterday. And what we realized was midway through, well, we kind of have to define what compassion is. So quickly, not to put you on the spot, if you weren't there yesterday, we know who you are. How do you define compassion?
To suffer with.
To suffer with. Anybody else? Empathy. Others? It shouldn't have to happen to you for it to matter to you. Beautiful. To want to help. One of the beautiful parts about this word compassion that is so overused, it's like love. We forget the power of it. But compassion, that word that we have translated, actually has its roots in the word bowels. Because a long time ago it was thought that our deepest emotions were housed near our internal organs, right near the center of our bodies, which makes sense. Where that compassion could be tied to the word bowels, because we're talking about looking at someone else's life or their story and being so moved by that as to be altered to the point of sickness, right? That's why it's not inaccurate to say that someone's story of suffering moves us. Now, I'm not going to repeat what I said yesterday, but compassion is tied to the word bowels. Compassion is a movement. You can take it from there. But there's a question that comes from that ancient tradition of that word, and the phrase is, I am twisted in my bowels. Because you know that's true. You can watch the news or you can hear something and you can be so sickened that you actually feel physically altered, right? And so we are going to take that, and I want to ask you, what twists you in your bowels this morning? What is it that keeps you up at night? What is it that breaks your heart? Because that's the place you need to move to. Whether you are propelled by God or a love of humanity or your personal convictions, the story today is that when you look at the crowds, whatever it is that burdens you, that twists you, I need you to move to that burden. Because we can't respond to all of them equally. We are not infallible. We are finite, flawed, at least I am. Maybe some of you have figured something out that I haven't. But one of the things that today this session will kind of sit with is, in the work I do as a pastor, caregiver, writer, speaker, people tell me things that they don't tell anyone else, which is good for you because you live alongside these people. And now I'm going to tell you, I betrayed their confidence, but I'm sorry. Often when I meet people in my travels, like this week, I don't have a lot of time with people one-on-one, right? And so I might be walking through a lobby or a building, and someone will say, John, could I just see you for 1 second, right? And I say, sure. And sometimes I even have to do the walk and talk, which I hate, but I do. I say, oh, sure, come on. I'm trying to get away, but come with me and see if I can outwalk you. And they tell me deeply personal things. Often they begin crying, and I try not to take that personally anymore. But I remember, having a woman stop me, and we had a little bit of chit-chat. But often people like this woman say, John, everything feels like it's falling apart. My relationships are a mess, right? I have people in my church that I don't recognize anymore. I have parents saying things that I can't believe they're saying because they raised me not to say things like that. And they're looking for something when they tell me these things, and they're basically saying, help. And I have to, in a couple of seconds, without really knowing any of their backstory, figure out what to say to them. And this is the thing that I say. And we're going to have these on screen later. Don't worry about it. But the first thing, which we talked about yesterday, is look for the fears and false stories. Look for the fears and false stories. Try to find what the person across from you is afraid of and help them get a better story about that fear. Find ways that you can give them a more accurate story, not so that you can change their mind or convert them to your religion, but so that you can take away their fear. Because as compassionate human beings, we have to have compassion for the people we see as our adversaries so that we can try to take away their fear, because they are harassed and helpless like sheep without a shepherd. When we're in conflict with other people, whether we're debating politics or religion or finances or work problems or parenting issues or strong issues on any topic, the other person is almost always afraid of something. And that fear drives them and us to take or defend a certain position. Think about this. A father of 4 is afraid that his family will lose their health care. A man who has experienced religious discrimination in the church is afraid of others experiencing the same. A member of our family is afraid they're not being heard. A teenager is afraid of the damage climate change is doing to the planet. A couple is afraid their jobs will be moved overseas. An elderly woman is afraid she will be forgotten. Some of these fears are not unfounded. They're not necessarily false stories, but the false stories are what we tell ourselves about these threats, the way they shape us and change our behavior. And we know that people's false stories and fears will manifest in the religious doctrines they hold, the politics they amen, the people they spend time with, how they view their lives. Part of being courageous and compassionate human beings is uncover people's fears and validate them, because no one is at their best when they're terrified. Right? You're not, I'm not. And fear is a funny thing to talk about, because do not fear is the most prevalent command in the scriptures. It is the golden tether running through the testaments. Do not fear is the command that says, if God is God, you will be well. That all is well. But false stories are inherited. They're handed down to us by those who raised us. They're taught to us. They're given as gifts. False stories from the pastor, the politician, the parent. And when we encounter other people that we disagree with, or even people we have affinity with, we're slamming into their backstory, their personal mythology, a long individual history. And sometimes we're trying to overcome years or even decades of words spoken into people. Sometimes when we're talking with people, we're not arguing with them. We're arguing with their parents or their pastors or their politicians. We're arguing with the voice of God in their head, and it's hard to win an argument against God. And so as we have courage and compassion, we need to be aware of the fear that is keeping people harassed and helpless. And I want to begin with fear today, because when we look at a movement of Christianity that seems antithetical to the heart of Jesus, we can say that fear is at its core. Tribalism is collective, incarnated fear. Tribalism says we are going to align around the things that we despise, or we align around the things that we are terrified by. That's why we see so much vilification language. One of the challenges I think we face as we sit here today, if we're being honest, and how about we do that? If we're honest, we see a conservative movement in America that is a case study in what fear does when it fully grips a group of people. the emotional net result of being weaned for decades on a steady diet of culture war rhetoric, targeted disinformation, racial stereotypes, incendiary sermons, and plain old white nationalism. And one of the challenges of people who seek to be compassionate, those who are twisted in their bowels by suffering, the challenge is that we don't develop selective compassion. Do you know what that means for you? It means you have to love the people that you like and the people that you don't like in some way. At least that's my faith tradition. We'll talk about that in a second. None of us lack empathy. We all have selective empathy. If you tell me, John, would you go speak to a group of transgender teenagers? I'm all about it. I'm ready. I've got my posture of curiosity. I've got my benevolence in high order, and I'm going there to care for people. Or if you say, John, I want to get some people together. We're going to talk about gun violence, and you're going to meet with a group of activists. Get me in that room. Oh, I want to know your stories. I'm in a posture of curiosity. I'm receptive. I'm ready to show empathy. But if you say, John, there's a Southern Baptist church right down the street. They don't like you. They want you to come and speak in a debate. Do you think I have the same posture of curiosity? Do you think I come saying, I want to know your story because I'm just so glad that you're part of humanity? It may be more difficult for me in certain situations to have natural empathy. Again, this is not you. You don't do that. But the problem is, most of us, if we grew up in the Christian tradition, we're aware of the Bible, of course, right? We know there are different words in the Bible translated as the word love. In the English language, so many concepts get squeezed into a word. So there is the word we translate as love, and we have one form of love that speaks to romantic, affectionate, sexual expression of love. Then we have a word for love that talks about a familial bond that we feel in a community of like-hearted people. Then there's a sense of community and friendship and brotherhood, a love that is familiar or a tribe of affinity. And then we have a word for love that is this agape word, that is this expansive, relentless love that is supposed to be modeled after the heart of God. So for as much as I struggled with understanding the Bible, I liked those different words for love because they helped me understand the expansive nature of love. And now we kind of squeeze it all into one word. I love God, and I love cheesesteaks, and I love acoustic music, and we love all these things. We love the show that we're streaming, and it cheapens the word. And today what I want us to do, friends, is just wake up to how scandalous and audacious love actually can be. Because here's the problem. In my Christian tradition, I inherited this command to love, but I have to love God, okay. I have to love my neighbor, depending on who my neighbor is, that could be a challenge. I have to love the least of these, those who are vulnerable, and I have to love my enemies who may be preying upon the vulnerable. Do you see the problem for us? We have these diverse expressions of love, and we have to try and figure out, how do we do this? We are finite resources, and often something has to give. And sometimes love has to err on the side of one or another. And I want to challenge you today that as we talk about love, today, love has to err on the side of the vulnerable, the marginalized, the oppressed, and the hurting. And that means we're going to have some difficult decisions, and that's where the courage is going to come in. How do we love in ways that seem to be in conflict with one another? Today we're going to talk about empatheology, which is simply a working theology rooted in that compassion, that suffering with, that twistedness. Because here's what I want you to hear before we go to our question time. The way that you treat people is the only meaningful expression of your belief system. I want to say that again. The way you treat people is the only meaningful expression of your belief system. It's the space where your values are on full display. Theologians and seminary students call this orthopraxy, your actions, as opposed to orthodoxy, your beliefs. But Jesus called the fruit, the tangible, measurable stuff of your life. When it comes to the heart of all of this, your religion or your convictions or your morality isn't what you believe, it's how you treat people. The only real theology that's worth anything is relational theology. It exists in no other way that's meaningful. So whatever you have floating around in your head about who you are and what you care about, it's about incarnating that so that can be seen and felt in the world outside. That's partly where the courage comes in, friends. It is not you caring more because you probably already do. It's about you saying, what am I going to do with how much I care? What is my response? Courage is where we decide that what we love is greater than what we fear. That despite the threats and the cost and the hazards, that we will embody our convictions. Because when we ask how we got here, I think we got here because of the silence of good people. I think too many of us have let go of the urgency of the day, probably because we're tired. But as we move into, I'd love to have some questions. The microphone will be where? Okay. As I've been talking, what are you thinking about, challenged by, encouraged by? If you want to disagree with something, well, if you want to disagree with something, you just step out. We don't need to have we're going to be honest, but not that honest. I'd love to hear what's on your mind as we've been talking about the challenges before us, about selective empathy, about this religious movement that's antithetical to some of the values that we've been talking about. What's on your mind, friends? Just put up your hand, we'll get you the microphone.
And I might mention at this time, we have a tradition, John, which I didn't explain to you. The tradition Nancy Brown, who's here today, helped develop was we ask a question by a woman, a man, we alternate if we can. So everybody has a chance to ask a question. I think, Betsy, you have the mic. All right. Doesn't matter who we start with.
Is he done? Yes. Oh, yes.
Yes.
He's doing some. I wonder if you could say more about selective empathy. And I'm coming from the place that, in my experience, I have to pay attention to where I put my energy. Because not everybody could be moved or changed, or there's people in the middle, there's people in both streams. So
Yep.
I just wonder if you could say more about selective empathy and how does that plays out.
Okay. The difficult challenge of what we're talking about today is that as deeply as you feel what you feel right now, people sitting in a completely different church with a very different theology also feel that. These are part of our stories. My faith tradition is embedded in me. Even if I want to leave it, there would be parts of it that would remain. And so these are not just beliefs, they're part of identity issues. And so, Alejandro, when we're talking to people, they're defending not only their belief, but their whole backstory and their whole identity. And people ask me all the time, they say, John, is there anyone who's unreachable? And I say, I don't believe there's anyone who is unreachable, but there are people who are unreachable right now. That doesn't mean that we give up connecting with them. What it means is that we try to figure out if they are receptive enough to hear us. Part of the energy sap comes when we are just, there's a pastor, I forget his name, but he was talking about the parable of the four soils. And the parable is really quickly that Jesus tells this parable. There's the farmer, and he's scattering seed, and some of it falls on good soil, and some of it falls on rocky ground, and some of it falls among thorns, and some of it falls on the paved path. And so some of it doesn't grow here, it doesn't grow here. It grows in the good soil, doesn't grow in the rocky ground. And this pastor said, sometimes when we're beating our heads over and over again, we're just trying to water rocks. And he said, we have to try to figure out when the person is just in a hard place and they're not going to receive what we have to say. I feel, and I'm hoping I'm answering your question, Alejandro, but if we can feel like the person across from us is still receptive and still honors our humanity and doesn't caricaturize us and doesn't stereotype us, then we can keep putting some energy. But the truth about it is, friends, is that as we do this work again, we're going to constantly be in the tensions of our convictions and our relationships. And right now, you're probably there where you have certain relationships, and because of your convictions, there's now tension. We have to know, as Alejandro said, when to put time into my convictions, when I'm going to get with my tribe of affinity, and I'm going to work for the things that I love, and when I'm going to sit with a person and try to see the person again and try to reestablish some sort of communication with them. So there's a little bit about that. I hope that's helpful. Who else? There was someone down here, all the way down here. Just put up your hand. Thank you.
You mentioned speaking with love to others when they have in the conversation. And I've had conversations that have not gone that well. And especially around the role of government and the thought that, well, the government shouldn't take care of people, people should take care of people. Mm-hmm. And then it's, okay, which people are going to do that? And
Yes.
when they don't do that, shouldn't the government step in? So that's been my question.
Well, thank you. So that's a beautiful question, and it's also a perfect spot where we get to kind of talk about some of these things, because what that person is saying when they say, I don't want the government to mandate compassion, which we would probably agree with, they'd say our personal faith or convictions should do that. But then I would say to someone like that, the American church has been the most powerful force in this nation since it began. You've had now 2,000 years for all these compassionate Christians to get together and to do this, but somehow we still have poverty. We still have hunger. People can't get health care. When are you going to do this? So I usually just say, if the church wants to do that, that would be great, but why do we have these rates of these things? Because you're already here. But that's when you see the challenge of when you align your politics and your theology and what we're going to talk about today, which is an approaching theocracy. That line used to work 40 years ago. A Christian would say, I want church and state separated. But now many of these Christians are saying, no, this is fine. We want our beliefs to be legislated. So that's where it's tricky, because you would ask them, where is this going then? If you don't want the government to mandate it, maybe you should keep theology and religion out of politics completely. And that's where you have a spot to really have them wrestle with what they actually do believe. What else is on your mind? Regretting coming in here to begin with? What is happening? There's two. We'll get to both of you. Thank you.
Thanks, John, for everything you said so far. One of the things that I have been thinking about, my name is Tim, by the way, are the ways that often we experience compassion as sort of a series of levels. It's easiest to, take care of my son when he falls and, cuts open his leg and
Yes.
he's crying, and I understand his needs at that moment, and I can feel compassion. A level beyond that, it's a much harder thing for me to understand the mental health needs of the middle schoolers at Ames Middle School right now. And then I can keep on going and going and going until suddenly I'm talking about climate change, which is where my work is, working with people of faith on climate change. And it's so enormous that I can't even wrap my head around what compassion looks like at that level. And so could you talk a little bit about how it is that we can think about all those different levels that we all experience, and how do we begin to be compassionate at those really, really systemic and giant levels?
Great question. And as we talked in our gathering yesterday, and the next session we're actually gonna start addressing this, is the idea of the story and the system, and how can we express empathy in both of those. And I think the knowledge of the story is so much easier to acquire, and the sense of agency is so easy to say, I can do this for this person. It's when you go further away and larger that you begin to feel overwhelmed. And that's where community is huge, is saying, I'm going to connect you to a group of like-hearted people who can help address the systemic things. And we have to do both, and we're going to talk about that in about 20 minutes or so. But we have to be able to say, I want to do the close and small, but I also want to realize there's a reason this story is being affected by this system, so I have to change it. And that's more difficult because you've got to learn some things. It's also slower. We want immediate. I want to do activism. I want to go up and go, boom, oh, I can see what I've done. I want, I'd be working with students. I want them to, realize how horrible they've been living and turn their lives around and cry and thank me. And actually, that usually doesn't happen. They usually go, huh. And then 40 years later, they come up to me and say, thank you. So we have to play the long game with the big things, and we don't have a great attention span as it is. So we want to figure out how to get small wins. We'll talk about that. Thank you. And there was someone back in there, Betsy. Thank you.
When you talk about fear and talking to people who have this, you can tell have fear, do you just look at them and say, what are you afraid of? Or how do you have that conversation?
Sometimes you do. If you have a good, rapport with that person or a equity of trust, you can say, well, what are you afraid of? But you can also say, well, and why does that bother you? I'll tell people will be talking to me about, with transgender human beings, and I'll say, well, how does that affect you? And then they'll go, well, it's just this, and they'll begin sort of, histrionics will continue, and I'll keep trying to settle them down and say, then what do you think will happen? I'm trying to get them to play the movie a little bit ahead for me so they can think about where their thought process is actually leading. And that can often be helpful because I'm really saying, well, why are you so terrified of this? And how do you personally feel fear? Why do you feel fear? And what we can talk about with fear is that when you are immersed in it for decades, either in your church or your politics or both in your media, you are perpetually terrified. And so you aren't able to even rationally articulate what it is that you're worried about. That's the challenge. It's not, we can ask people, but they can't maybe intellectualize it because when you're in the middle of it, you just can't see it. So part of our job is to be intuitive and listen to the code language. If they're talking about immigrants, well, what are they afraid of? They're afraid of that their economic viability is gone. They're afraid that they're becoming obsolete, or they're afraid that they're all of these things. So that's the only thing we can do. We can ask questions and then be good investigators. We're going to talk about later being student of other people. We have to be able to do that. Because right now we can probably see some things in other people that they can't see. There's one in the back, Betsy.
Well, I was going to say, we should know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I not alternating? I didn't.
No. Jason, because we do have a number of people who are joining us online. And Jason, are there any questions that have come?
Yes. Yeah, we've got one from Barbara, and she asks, how do we talk about quote-unquote Christian with all its multiplistic and simplistic meanings? For example, a quote-unquote Christian bookstore as if it's good.
Jason, could you ask that one more time?
Sure. The question is, how do we talk about Christian in all its multiplistic and simplistic meanings? For example, a Christian bookstore as if it's good.
Oh, okay. Hi, Barbara. By the way, hi, everyone watching online and in the future. Hi from the past. I think the question is getting to just the word is, like I said, words are problematic. Christian is problematic for a lot of reasons, but partly because we have used it to describe things that it really does not. There is a Christian nation makes really no sense when you think about it, because you can't apply spiritual value to something like an entity. And I think that was the funny thing. When my world began to shrink, it was when I was welcomed to a new church, they'd say, "Oh, we're so glad you're here. Here's your Christian dry cleaner, and here's your Christian car dealership." And all of a sudden you're like, "Oh, I'm only around Christians." Just the fact that they claim faith means that they are now aligned with me, and that's not really true. So I think we want to think about the distinctions that we've been dealing with for decades. Is this Christian? Is this spiritual? Am I religious? Is this my personal belief? Am I a follower of Jesus? Am I a part of a Christian church? So people ask me, "John, what are you now?" And I say, I'm a mutt. I'm a spiritual mutt who's come through the religious tradition of Jesus, and the words of whom mattered greatly to me, and I'm trying to figure out how to live those out. Does that mean I'm a Christian or not? I don't know. But I know that the labels somehow get in the way of actually just us communicating. So Barbara, just pick your spots and try to understand that people use words very lazily, and we don't even think about it. So, because we're gonna some Christian, people say a Christian bookstore. What is that even? Not this bookstore I'm not talking about, I'm just in general. And I always walk into a bookstore going, wow, it looks like a bookstore to me. I don't know Jesus wanted property of a bookstore. Yeah. There's one there and then one there.
When you're having conversations and what we're looking for is what is the fear, how do you respond when their response is the Bible verse? And so I don't have to address any fear. It's the Bible verse that says this, and that's the answer.
Well, a couple of things. It's the difficult part is when people are going to throw Bible verses at you, you can either throw one back, which means you've got to do some investigation. And a lot of people just don't feel like many Christians say to me, "John, I don't even really know the Bible well enough." And they're saying these things with great confidence. That's because they've been given the 4 or 5 verses they think are supposed to be used. Most people will have a shorthand faith. And so they don't really, the follow-up question is the most dangerous one. So what you can do is say, allude to the fact that you could say, "This pastor told you this," it might not be true or not, but that do not fear is the most common command. And there you could pull out scripture after scripture, and you can say, "Why are you so terrified? If God is that big and that powerful and knows everything and can change anyone, why are you so afraid?" And then see how they respond, because they will throw that verse at you. But what I find is, this is a pro tip for all of us: don't tell anyone else. When you have someone who has a faith that is rooted in white supremacy or nationalism or theocracy or all the worries that we've been talking about, they almost never use the words of Jesus. It is a Bible verse, usually from the Old Testament, sometimes in the New Testament, usually completely pulled apart from the other sections in it. But you can keep bringing the words of Jesus at them. You can take the Sermon on the Mount. You can take the examples of Jesus and say, "How does that square with this?" And they're going to have a harder time, because they can use God and the Bible and superimpose their morality and their phobias and their prejudices. It's really hard to do that with the teachings of Jesus. So the more you know those teachings, you can pull those out and say, "Yeah, but there is this story where Jesus does this," and then you let them have to wrestle with the namesake of their faith tradition. They don't have to argue with you. And that's the great thing. I like to do that. I just go, "Here, read this, and talk amongst yourselves, you and Jesus,"
You talk about fear and theology, and sometimes concepts are new to me, so I apologize for that. But I've always come more from a concept of theology of abundance. And so how do we move from this?
Yeah, perfect. I talked about it yesterday, in that the divide that we have, that we know exists, is not a political divide. It's not Democrat versus Republican purely. It's not theological divide. It's not, conservative Christian versus progressive Christian or Christian versus non-Christian. It's really a vision divide in how we see the world and ourselves and resources. So the examples that I give are, some people have a faith that is rooted in love, and that leads to abundance. There is enough if we all are creative enough and selfless enough. And some live in scarcity that is built on fear, a scarcity theology. And the only way that we can sort of combat that is to say we believe and we know that there is enough for everyone, that we are one interdependent community and that our lives are tethered together. You know, we don't want to go too political, but when I face someone who is politically opposite me or theologically opposite me, they usually are both at the same time, I try to let them know that I am for them, that I believe the abundance actually includes them, that I want health care, not just for my family and not just for people who vote like me, but for them as well. And I want cleaner air, you know, for them. I want, you know, great education. So part of what I think we lose in our tribalism is the ability to tell people, I actually love you more than the people you worship and vote for. I'm with you. It's really hard to get across, but that abundance, it includes you. And the other question I had to ask, I wrote a book called The Bigger Table. That was my first book, and it was about how to create redemptive spiritual community among disparate people so everyone is seen and heard and loved. And I believed it. I still do, but I wrote it in 2015, right? Thank you. Because what happened is shortly after, I started to realize maybe I don't want as big a table as I talked about. Maybe a smaller table is what I should write. Because I realized that I was now hesitant to welcome some people or to show empathy, and I was facing my own fraudulence, my own hypocrisy, my own inconsistency. And I think we always have to do that.
Still have, yes, here's another question over. We'll get the
Anybody
mic.
else online? Lucky you guys in your PJs.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah. So I have a big fear. It's called the law of attraction. So what I'm putting out there, I'm going to get back. You know, and I do this without knowledge of putting it out there. So I wonder, you know, at what point is this information that's coming at me revelatory to me enough that I open up my cocoon that covers my wound and allow this energy in so that I can actually react, integrate, and grow from it.
The challenge that I was talking to, we have an older relative who's facing some really difficult health issues, and there's all the trauma and the grief and the difficulties of adjusting when something like that is happening. But the challenge for us is that this person has never understood how to express feelings, how to feel their feelings, how to talk, never talk about therapy or counseling or spiritual direction. So they have no frame of reference for, as an adult, how to be open, how to sit with the deeper things. And I think we're not great at it, but I think many of us are practicing it. And what we're talking about is maybe a lot of adults who have never done that. And so the woundedness and the calloused heart is so deeply buried that it's almost hard to get to people, because when empathy has to require a desire to learn someone else's pain. But you can't do that if you have no frame of reference for how to even describe your own. So I do have a sense of empathy for people who have never been taught. They've really never encountered, if they're Christian, they've never even encountered the compassion of Jesus. Somehow, their God is punitive and cruel. So I love what you say, and I think that's hard because in this culture, many of us just don't know how to do that because it's a slower process too. I think there's someone back here.
Hi. Is this on? Okay. Really glad to be here today. My question, I guess, my personal challenge that I really notice in myself increasingly is this knee-jerk reaction in kind.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 10 years ago, if someone came to me with a different point of view, I could hear them out and say, I get that. here's where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
And in today's world, I find myself, I'm not very proud of this, but I do find myself when I'm met with a really, what feels like a more aggressive approach at me, my knee-jerk reaction is starting to be, you want to go, let's go.
Yeah.
And that's not at all what I want to do. It only divides the room more. And so as I'm listening to you talk this morning, I can see within myself, that's really the place where I need to find some courage to slow down and not get into that mix.
Well, thank you for admitting that and sharing that. There's a challenge here, and we're going to address it throughout the day. Again, it's the idea of the person that you happen to be talking about. They're not a monolith. They're all very different. And so you might experience one person and they're pushing back and they're being, derogatory. And you have the response that says, okay, I can deal with this person because it's not creating such a toxicity in me. I'm available right now. And to know when this is not the place and time. In fact, I have an older relative and she and I are completely opposite. And some days I feel a softness toward her and I can engage her. And some days what she brings up makes me so angry because of what else is happening. Remember, this is not just, we're not immune from the collateral damage of being human, so we're all very vulnerable. So it's knowing myself too, when am I in a place when I can be productive and say these things? But the slowing down is huge. However, having said all that, I could get in that exchange, I could be softer, I could hear more of their story and realize this is a moral incompatibility. And I can love that person, but I love them from a distance. So the answer is not always making it right with someone because, again, the tension between our convictions and our relationships is always going to be there to some degree.
There's a word being used a lot nowadays, and that word is woke. And every time I hear it anymore, it confuses me. I thought woke was a good thing. But evidently it's better to be sleeping. I don't know.
Yeah, yes, and we will address that word shortly after our break, but there are words that people will use to try and stop conversation because conversation is the most dangerous thing. I talk about it all the time. I've never been invited by a conservative Christian church just to have a conversation like this, and I grieve that. Because I realize in that environment, I am the woke, leftist, and so they don't want to even engage me because heaven forbid I say something that makes someone in their community curious enough to ask the follow-up question. Wait, why are they going to hell? And what do I even think about hell? And all of a sudden, here's the other thing about that. What you're going to find is in a conservative theology that's based on fear, it doesn't want critical thinking because it's built on a house. I know we have to break. I want to respect you, but really quickly, I decided my gateway to my deconstruction of my faith was the 6 or 7 verses, the clobber verses they call them, that people use to discriminate against LGBTQ folks with. I decided I was going to take those words and study them and see if they actually meant what I was told they meant. And I thought that was all I was doing. The problem was, once I deconstructed those words, the words on either side of them I had to deal with, and the books that they were a part of, and the testaments that they sat in, and now the whole library of the Bible was like, oh my goodness. And so no one really has time for an existential crisis. And that's what happens when we talk about these things. So I think we're going to take a break. Thank you for we'll see you back here and when?
At 10:45, and I do want to make that comment again. We used to try to have a bell announcements because I know people get out there, you get your breaks and enjoy the homemade cookies, etc. But we do want to meet at 10:45, so we'll try to announce it and ask you to come back in. So thank John again for this break.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, I think we're ready to begin our second session. Just a couple of quick things. For those of you who are feeding the hungry meters out in the parking lot with quarters, I'm told there is a supply of quarters now at the small kitchen. We're just right out here in the parlor. So if you're short on change and you need to feed a meter, you can go hit that supply and put a few quarters out there in the meters. Second matter, all of you have been invited to come free to this session. It's paid for out of funds from our Theologian in Residence fund here at our church. But we also happily accept donations to help support our cause. And for that purpose, we have at the back of our sanctuary here, we have two TIR donation plastic containers. If you are so moved to put in some money or a check or in some other way to contribute online or in person, these donations would be greatly appreciated. It does cost us money to put on these events, and we're so happy that in the past we've been able to support our Theologian residents from our self-generated funds. So thank you in advance for your generosity. Okay, we will now move ahead to our second session today. The official title, The Compassionate Activist Heart of Jesus. But what it really comes down to, as John was saying, is we have the stories versus the system. So the question of the compassionate Jesus and what he intended versus a system that we all are part of today. So John, welcome back to session 2.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for coming back, friends. James Taylor has a song called Carolina in My Mind, and apparently I had Ohio on my mind this morning. Thank you for not throwing stones. But really, so great to be back with you. I hope this morning has been encouraging, challenging. I always say a good message is a hug around the neck or a kick in the behind, whichever you need. So I hope you get one of those at least today. Okay, so what we're going to do is a similar thing. I'll be speaking for a bit, then we'll have questions, and then we'll grab lunch, and then we're going to do a little bit more interactive time for the third session, which I'll talk to you about more as we get closer. There's a scene in a horror movie from my childhood. You might have seen it. It's called When a Stranger Calls. And the scene never left me. I don't remember much about the movie at all, but the scene that I remember is a teenager is babysitting some kids in the neighborhood, and after they're asleep, the babysitter receives a series of phone calls from a strange man. His interruptions gradually become more frequent and more threatening, and after repeatedly telling him to leave her alone and him refusing, she finally calls the police. And this being the days before caller ID, she asks them to trace the source of the call, and the phone soon rings again, and the woman attempts to shout down what she expects is her anonymous tormentor. She hears the panic-stricken voice of the officer on the other end of the line, giving her the heart-stopping news. The call is coming from inside the house. The idea of imminent danger being that close and the shock of that moment, it absolutely terrified me. And that is the story of religion in North America. As someone who has made their home and livelihood inside organized Christianity, the most sobering realization in recent years of my life is that as we have grown more divided and outwardly angry as a nation, the greatest assault on the faith of my childhood and on vulnerable people around me seems like an inside job. I began to work on a book in 2020, and I talked about it the other night, but the short version is, it was 2020, the pandemic had begun raging. There were the high-profile murders of people of color by police. There was an election ramping up with all of the rhetoric about immigrants and the border and the poor. And I'm looking at all of this, trying to make sense of it. And I began to have a moment of profound grief because the source of all the enmity and anger and hatred seemed to be coming predominantly from professed Christians who share my pigmentation. And I realized this is not primarily a civil war, as we talked about. It's actually a family problem. It's my family, the family of my upbringing. Because while religious people tend to look at external causes for decline in church attendance, they look at changing social habits or a secularization of culture or watered down theology or the gay agenda, whatever that is. And we often have a difficult time as believers looking in the mirror. If we were to reflect and have honest conversations with one another, and more importantly with people outside of our buildings, we'd likely find that the most serious wounds to the body of Christ, if you will, has been self-inflicted. The church is not fighting the rebellious, faithless, heathen world I'd always been taught. It's fighting itself. The teachings of Jesus are being refuted by the people of Jesus. And how did that happen? And as I told you, and as I know many of you resonate with, we're fighting with and for this thing simultaneously. Some days, I've seen the beauty of spiritual community. I've seen life-giving things. I've had a front row seat to so much beauty, and yet I've also seen the toxicity and the damage. And so some days it's odd because I'm trying to get people to stay. I'm saying, don't run away from that thing. Stay, because those people are not the representative of Jesus. And some days I'm like telling them to run like it's Godzilla about to squash them, because I know what the church has done to so many people. It's a hard place to live for us, isn't it? Knowing how to advocate for the deepest parts of our spirituality while realizing that the religious system attached to it is broken. You've probably seen that ubiquitous meme floating around at one point or another. Maybe you've posted or expressed it yourself. The phrase is, "I can't adult today." You ever seen that? The idea is that whatever is required of a proper, responsible, grown-up human being is something I'm simply not capable of presently. For whatever reason that day, the task seems impossible. I can't adult today. Well, I've been a Christian for most of my 54 years, a pastor in the local church for more than half of them, and on far too many mornings, I've woken up, checked Twitter, or watched the news, or walked away from family conversations, or departed church gatherings and thought to myself, I can't Christian today. I can no longer be tethered to this thing that is so toxic to so many. I can't wade through any more bad theology and predatory behavior from pulpit-pounding pastors who seem solely burdened to exclude and to wound and to do harm. I can't sift through all this malice and bitterness masquerading as Christianity to try and find what is left of it worth keeping. I can't align myself with human rights violations and overt racism and rabid nationalism that is defining Christianity in so much of America. If being a Christian now means such things, you can count me out. But I don't know where that leaves us when we feel that way. I got a text from a friend named Tiffany, and she said, "Can we talk?" And I said, "Talk? We never talk." She's a text friend, you know? We just happened to know each other casually, and so she said, "I need to talk to you." So I called her, and she said, "John, you know, I'm really in crisis." She said, "My faith has shifted away from the place where I began." And she said, "But the bottom is dropping out of my life right now." She said, "My husband lost his job. I'm dealing with infertility issues. We're not getting along. We're struggling financially and personally." And she said, "The old platitudes and scripture verses and prayers used to be enough to help me, but now they're not. And she said, now I don't know in this new place what I can cling to. I don't have anything solid to stand on. And I wonder if any of you understand that tension, that exasperation. Maybe you had the experience of something in your faith that used to feel at home suddenly felt foreign. Maybe it was even a church that you were a part of. Maybe it was something, a religious belief that was bedrock, that you knew, and suddenly you didn't know anymore, for sure. Maybe you entered this building estranged from the religious homeland of your past. You might be a willing refugee or a forced prodigal. A woman came up to me not long ago and she said, John, I'm a Fox News orphan. She said, my family and I used to be so close, and it was the very things they treasured about me, my heart for other people, for the vulnerable and the poor, and my work doing that. She said, now those things make me an outsider in my own family. And so many people are saying, I used to be at home in this thing, and now I'm not, and I don't know what to do. And the thing is, I know what I'm supposed to say as a pastor. I've been taught and conditioned to say it to people when they were in the place they're now standing. People still fully in that certainty will say things like, just read the Bible and pray for God to show you the truth, as if that was something I hadn't considered. There's a faith crisis these days, and we're all, to some degree, facing it. I've been a pastor for a long time. Every week I studied, prepared a sermon every Sunday. I preached. I went to seminary. I led student Bible studies and youth retreats and mission trips. I prayed and studied scripture and led worship and wrote music for the church. And all of these things, all of that investment, all of that earnest desire to know left me less certain of the thing than more, which really ticked me off. Because back in the old world, the world that so many Christians are in who we're thinking about today, I worshiped certainty back then. Questions were a moral failing. Doubts were a character flaw. The only thing that was sacred was being sure of myself. And that's one of the things we want to understand is we are compassionate toward people who are different than us, especially people who are in the faith system we used to be in or we used to feel comfortable in. They prize being right, believing the right thing, not doing what is good necessarily, but believing it. Being sure was a whole lot easier than being honest, is what I tend to find out, than facing those theological questions I told you about. Things are different now. You know, people say, are you a Christian? Yep, that was it. Now people say, are you a Christian? How much time do you have? Because I need to unpack what you think a Christian is so I can tell you what I think a Christian is so I can look at other Christians and say, oh, I'm not that, and I might be closer to this. When you have to unpack that much, there's a problem. A few years ago, I was having a social media exchange with a woman who identified as a queer agnostic of color. And we were both talking about the way evangelicals in America have somehow stood behind openly racist candidates and excused sexual assault claims and demonized immigrants. And I began to do what I often did. I said, don't be swayed by this. This isn't Christianity. And she said, John, actually it is. She said, this is the only experience I ever have of Christians. She said, they are the rule. You're the exception. She said, you're the outlier. She said, your heresy is why I like you. Given this, I often find myself asking a question, and friends, it's not meant to be disrespectful, and it's not rhetorical. But the question I often ask is Christianity helpful anymore? As an entity, not is it true or real or provable or noble, but is it helpful? Is its net effect on humanity still redemptive? And maybe was it ever, other than really early in the beginning, before the mission drift began? as we seek to be agents of compassion in this world, as we interact with more people who don't know the Jesus story, but only the story of Jesus they somehow experience through Franklin Graham or the Proud Boys or discriminatory bathroom bills or Muslim bans, is claiming this faith for us, now a liability to authentic relationships because of the unscalable barrier that it might represent. Is the name Christian now so inextricably entwined with misogyny and bigotry and homophobia that it can't be untangled? Have we lost the battle for the name of Jesus to the wall builders and the white supremacists? And the answers some days don't seem encouraging. I was on a bus trip, a little tour with a group of evangelical speakers or formerly evangelical speakers, and one of the gentlemen said, he's older than me, and he said, oh, you know, I was writing this book, we were going on a book tour, and it was the early 80s, and he said, we were talking about how we have to reimagine Christianity and take it back from the fundamentalists and create a compassionate Christianity, and I said, we're still doing this? Why didn't you get it right in the early 80s? Or how about 100 years before then, or 1,000 years before then? When are we going to get it right? You ever think that? It's a fairly tenuous connection these days. I'm still tethered to my religious tradition by some of the things that you might be tethered to it. Personal conviction, but also the muscle memory of my recent past. And right now it honestly feels like more the latter than the former. Sometimes we end up in churches or in our communities because we feel like this is just what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not, my heart may not be quite in it right now. I'm discouraged. And there is an attrition to my joy lately when I consider what the company that the word Christian places me in. It now aligns me with the least like Jesus stuff I can imagine, and that really grieves my heart. And to some people, we need to understand this is all Christianity is, and therefore, this is what defines me and you and any other professed Christians in their eyes. And these people, with this mindset, they believe they know me, my politics, my passions, my convictions. They believe they know as a Christian how I feel about gay marriage and immigrants and women's rights. And they don't realize that I am sickened by this thing being claimed as Christianity too. They don't know that I'm as burdened as they are to resist its toxins. So disenchanted believers and agnostics and atheists, we need to have courage and compassion to understand that they are now looking at us and saying, if you have an alternative version of faith, you better show it, because this other thing is all we are experiencing. I don't know if that encourages you or challenges you. I'm hoping it does both. Sometimes I'm honestly not sure why anyone would choose Christianity in America today if they weren't already a Christian. I love my faith tradition. I can't have a different origin story than I have, and yet as meaningful as it has been and still is, I'm cognizant of the fact that it was my inheritance, the story of God given to me on arrival by the people who raised me. And if I'd entered the world at any other place and time to any other family, I could have a completely different faith story. God wouldn't have changed, of course, but everything about the way I see, describe, and understand this unaltered God would be profoundly altered. And friends, this truth allows me to breathe when I feel pressure to stay in a story when it becomes suffocating, because I know God is outside the story, God is outside the building. This may seem like a really strange drift toward universalism, but I think maybe in some ways, in the best ways, you're right. What I mean by this is that if it really doesn't matter what you believe. Let me rephrase that. It's not that what you believe doesn't matter. It's that the object of belief doesn't change no matter what you think about it, right? The reality of God is the reality of God. However you see it, when you wrestle with it, when you embrace it, when you know it for sure, whether you're not sure at all. And I like resting in that truth. I know that in many ways I'll never be able to fully know how I'm still a Christian, because I've always been a Christian. Because what I know about Jesus, and I know when people are twisting the scriptures to subjugate people. I know when they're fashioning God in their own bigoted image. I know when they're slapping a veneer of religiosity on something that has no redemptive value. Because I've experienced the authentic treasure of diverse, loving community, I know when a counterfeit Christ is being sold by phobic prophets of their own supremacy. And if that was all the faith was, I'd opt out too, but I know there's more. As we talked about briefly, and I want to share again today, one of the truths that I share with people is we do exist in both stories and systems, right? The stories are individual human beings, once never to repeated in the history of creation, human beings with gifts, talents, abilities, dreams, experiences that no one has ever had. You are unprecedented, Ginny. Judy, you're unprecedented. Karen's historic. As individuals, we all believe that every individual life, every story has the same inherent value as created and intended by nature or by God, but imbibed with beauty. So we believe that in the story. But these stories, all stories exist in systems, in communities, in places where there are rules, there are laws, there are barriers. And the systems that we place the stories in can either celebrate and encourage lives, or they can inhibit lives. They can do damage. Many of us in this room have been helped by the systems that we're in. But the story outside is that many people are being damaged by the very systems they exist in. So as people of courage and compassion, we do this work individually in the stories through relationship, and we do it through the system in our collective activism. We might think about the inherent value of the human being as equality, but the system might be more about equity. Equity is looking at all the circumstances that people come to us in and realize that we don't all have the same barriers or constraints. And so we do the work of empathy in stories and in systems. I told you yesterday and on Thursday, when it comes to privilege, you know how when you go to order cable and they give you, they want to give you TV and internet as a package? That's called what? Bundling. We talked about the bundle, and I said, I have the privilege bundle. As a white cisgender man who grew up in America and lived in the church, I had every opportunity and every barrier removed. I had every help that any human being could ever have. But here's the thing, you all have a particular bundle of privilege today. They're not all the same, of course. But you all have something that allows you to experience more of this nation and more of every opportunity than other people have. And so being aware of that is so critical to being a person of compassion and courage. Because the seductive power of privilege is that the more you benefit from a system, the easier it is to defend that system. The greater advantages the status quo provides you, the more tempted you'll be to resist changes in it. When you've always had the best and most comfortable seat at the table, it's really difficult to imagine that there are people waiting outside. And one of the truths that I had to reckon with regarding my own privilege is that as a human being living in this particular existence, I have been the beneficiary of inequity. And all of us, to a large degree in this room, can claim that here in Ames, Iowa, we are beneficiaries of inequity. That's not so we feel guilty, it's so that we have a response to what we learn. Guilt is never the appropriate response to the awareness of privilege unless that guilt transforms into something tangible that you do. to affect the system that you now realize you benefit from. That's the only way it's valuable. So we're all a product of these stories, and our story can be our greatest teacher if it gets a little help. And so this is where my faith tradition, talking about the story and the system, it was perfect for me when I discovered that in the Gospel of John, we read about Jesus calling him the Good Shepherd, right? If you know that. You don't have to grow up in a church to understand the image of the Good Shepherd. In the 23rd Psalm, the psalmist uses that image for God, and the rest that comes, and I like that, says, he makes me lie down. In other words, I'm a reluctant rester, and God says, do it. So I take spiritual naps now. At least that's what I call them. But the image of the Good Shepherd is so profound if we can embrace it today. Because the image of Jesus as the Good Shepherd helps give us an expanded idea of what love looks like, especially with regard to the stories and the systems. Yes, Jesus is the tender shepherd to those he sees as the sheep. To those in the crowd he sees as harassed and helpless. To them he is personal caregiver. To them he is loving comforter. But he is not that to those he sees as the wolves. To those he sees preying on the vulnerable, Jesus is the fierce opposition. He is a public adversary. To the wolves, he is a holy terror. And I take great comfort in that because in this description of himself here and in his public life and ministry, Jesus is both compassionate personal caregiver and radical system influencer. He is pastor and activist. And our work, our ministries, our churches, our daily lives take us into people's paths and allow us to bring a specific kind of peace to people. If we are to be fully and powerfully embodying Jesus, we need to embody the compassionate, activist heart of Jesus. Not just a Jesus who is kind and deals with people individually and learns story and loves, yes. But we can't shy away from the Jesus that enters into the broken spaces and says, this whole thing needs to be changed. I know that's difficult because it requires a lot of work, right? But I think it's important to ask, can we have a fully complex embodiment of Jesus in the church? Can we say we are about the story and the system? We are about the person and the system in which they exist. One of the ways I wanted to touch on that we do this is by embracing our anger. We talked a lot about anger yesterday, which is always great. When loving people get together and talk about how angry they are. So let's do it again. Are you angry? I could tell. I drove past you in the parking lot. I shared that, a family member texted me. I hadn't seen them in a long time, and they texted me, John, I just want you to know you're coming across as really angry lately. And I texted back, oh, good, I was afraid I wasn't communicating clearly. And then he laid this guilt trip on me. He said, I just feel so bad for you, so angry, and you're supposed to be a Christian. So I said, don't feel sorry for me. I know why I'm angry, and I think it's worth it. Because I said, I think they're worth it, the people that I am burdened for and about. And see, this is one of the huge things we miss about compassion. Jesus, as we're going to discover, he said a lot of really hard words to people. In fact, a lot of people didn't like him. I don't want to give you a spoiler about how it ends, but so I have a running argument with myself and I'm going to invite you in. I'm asking myself, is anger ever helpful? And I'm going to say yes. And I'm going to hope you agree with me. As we think about being compassionate people, it's often important to clarify that anger and love are not mutually exclusive. In fact, sometimes what appears to be the former, anger, is actually a profound prompt by the latter, love. In other words, it's precisely because of the depth of our feelings that we feel this internal unrest, this twisting of our bowels. And many times, anger is that holy discontent that internally disrupts us to the point of action. Yes, the spiritual traditions and the great thinkers before us, and Jesus all rightly warn against the potential toxicity of unhealthy, cultivated anger. But there is an anger that we can evaluate. We're going to talk a little bit more as we do our workshop sort of format. But the important thing to remember right now is your anger is an asset. That initial prompt in your stomach that twists you in your bowels, that is an alarm that is telling you something is not right. And it's inviting you to a response that is not anger, but that is informed by the anger. So can you get out of your anger as you express the thing that initially made you angry? See, the thing about Jesus is, I always tell people, if you want a really fun read Matthew chapter 37. It's basically a whole chapter of Jesus. I think it's 37. Let me check. Pretty sure, but if I'm not, it's a whole chapter of Jesus yelling at the religious and political leaders. He's basically saying, woe to you, which means you're in trouble. And he basically goes on and on and on. And if we look at the words of that of that gospel, that chapter, we could easily say from this perspective, Jesus, you're being really harsh right now. You're being mean, Jesus. But the beauty of Jesus is that he was being direct, and his motivation was not to damage the oppressors, but to speak for those being oppressed, right? It was his compassion for those who were being hurt, not to hurt those who were hurting them. Here's the challenge for us. Do you ever meet with someone, or you face someone and cross from them, and you just want to show them how wrong they are? Checking our motives as people of faith, morality, and conscience is so critical in the moment, because I often think, well, obviously, I'm right, and my rightness is making me want to show them how terribly wrong they are, instead of saying, I really want them to see something they don't see, so that they can be a better reflection of whatever they believe love is. And so that's the challenge. Anger is this natural, involuntary response. Come to think of it, the word anger may be the wrong word, because anger is one of those words that can get twisted. A woman who was writing a dissertation on this, we were talking about righteous anger. Righteous anger is what every single person who has ever been angry thinks of their anger. Have you ever had someone go, I'm angry and wrong? We always picture ourselves, the story in our heads is that we are the good person in the story. That's why when we read the stories of Jesus, if we're Christians, we read those stories of the gospel, we're always either Jesus or the disciples. Right? We're never the chastised stone throwers. We're never the people walking by the guy on the side of the road. We're never the jerk. We're always with Jesus. And so what we want to think about is the fact that no one ever thinks they're getting it wrong. And we can have a little bit of the compassion for the person who is trying to somehow justify the fact that they are the good person. So righteous anger is not something we want. I've toyed with the idea of redemptive anger, which I think is a nice way to understand anger. Is what are the results of my anger? Did I transform my anger into something else? And is that something else leading to more compassion in the world or less? Is it leading to greater diversity or less diversity? Are more people seen and heard and loved because of what I do with my anger? Or are more people shut down and pushed to the periphery? But then I was thinking maybe anger is the whole problem. Maybe we should just reframe it. So I want you to think of anger again as the ferocity for humanity. Because I see that in Jesus all the time. I see him entering the fray. The reason he turns over the tables is not to be destructive. It's to say, these people are being manipulated. So he's always fighting for the oppressed, never trying to damage the oppressor. The reason he speaks so forcefully to the religious and political powerful is because he has such a burden for the poor and the vulnerable. I think we miss this. Jesus' beautiful pissed offness. Someone said that yesterday, that John, I'm just pissed. I said, it's okay, that is a spiritual gift. And used the right way and at the right time. I often think about the Jesus of the Gospels and the Jesus of the Beatitudes. And I grieve because I realize he would have no place in far too many American churches. And I think you can't have this passionate response to the world outside these doors without anger as its initial propellant. But the way we have to always be asking, those of us in this room who are Christian, how can I have an alternative expression of my faith that is the opposite of what they are experiencing? So here's the key. Anger will always be what they call you when they don't like what you have to say. So my cousin said, you're coming across as angry. What he meant was, I disagree with you. And I don't know how else to deal with it. And I'll give you a clue. I told you that I was released from my church. That's the spiritual word for getting canned. But the church where I left that I loved, and I left voluntarily, and I just had a beautiful community of people, and I just had so great memories. What I started to realize was afterward, people started to express their displeasure with me. A month earlier, they loved my boldness as a pastor. They would cheer me on. Go, John! Until my boldness conflicted with their story. And then all of a sudden, that boldness was a problem. Then I was just angry. Before I was anointed. How did that happen? I say all that to say that people will label you angry. That doesn't mean that you're wrong. Because when we see people being discarded, we should be angry, at least initially, right? When we see humanity assailed over and over and people being propped up for political culture wars, we should be angry, but we can't stay angry, because if we stay angry, we become perpetually angry people, which is what we're lamenting about so many. So we want to have an anger that moves us to compassion and courage. I talked about in the unrest after the murder of George Floyd and other people of color, and the protests, the counter-protests, and all that exposed about who we are. And what's important, I think, to remember is we're all worried about a day in November because it feels very important, and it is. However, no matter what happens, November 6th, all this stuff is still going to be here. The racism, the misogyny, the bigotry, the nationalism. So I say all that to say this is about our entirety of our lives that we're going to be doing this work. So we need to do something to say this with this anger. I need to do something redemptive with it. And that's what I'm going to challenge you when we do our workshop time. Maya Angelou said, "You should be angry. You must not be bitter. Bitterness is like cancer. It eats the host. It doesn't do anything to the object of its displeasure. So use that anger." She said, "You write that anger. You paint it. You dance it. You march it. You vote it. You do everything about it. You talk about it. Never stop talking it." But then we have to find a way to distinguish ourselves from being perpetually angry people who just feel they're righteous. Jesus, the compassionate, activist heart, lived a practical theology of empathy, one fueled by a ferocity for humanity that always expanded the table. Now, I grew up with the words of Jesus, as many of you did. Jesus said, "Blessed are the peacemakers." And that's like the word love. It's white noise to us. We don't realize the subversive power of someone saying, "Blessed are the peacemakers," when he was expected to be a conquering political figure. He was expected to be a warrior, and instead comes as a humble, suffering servant and said, "Blessed are the peacemakers." That was a disconnect. And that's the same way that the conservative church sees Jesus now. It says, what do I do with that? But I grew up with those words, "Blessed are the peacemakers." As a Catholic, as a young boy, I said the prayer of St. Francis, "Let there be peace on earth. Let it begin with me." And as a lover of good music, I heard John Lennon singing, "All we are saying is give peace a chance." The idea of being a peacemaker has been central to my faith story, and this was connected to the Hebrew word shalom, which has its roots in wholeness, fullness, perfection. And I was taught growing up that shalom entailed not just wanting the absence of bad things for people, but an abundance of good for them. Not just removing obstacles to peace, but making a path to it, ensuring it, fighting for it, protecting it. Blessed are the peacemakers, not in that good things will happen to you, but blessed meaning this is the best way to live. So in the story I was raised in, blessed are the peacemakers could be restated. Those who live well are the creators of shalom. I think that's a pretty great aspiration, whether we're religious or not. We exist to bring peace to people who are shaken. What a beautiful call. What a beautiful calling, an invitation and responsibility. And there's all sorts of ways to understand peace. There is inner peace, right? There's the way that I am trying to be unaffected by my circumstances. There's an interpersonal peace where I'm trying to make myself right with you. There is a communal peace where we try to gather together as a collective and find a way to navigate our differences. Or there's being at peace with nature, or being at peace with God, and all these different manifestations of peace. They're all marked by what is absent: violence, war, strife, worry, pain. And often these varieties or these manifestations of peace are intertwined. They're connected. So I seek to have peace internally, but I work to have peace tangibly. When we go to a rally and we say no justice, no peace, what that means is while they are internally turbulent or while they are being damaged, I am internally turbulent. So we live in solidarity with other people. And that's what it means to pursue this peace. And as people of compassion and courage, this is more difficult than ever. Because peace is an inside job, and it's my orientation toward and my movement in the world. If peace is a state of being, friends, and it is a condition existing in the world, how do we hold the tensions of working for a calm, nonviolent heart and mind, and in crafting a calm, nonviolent world? Simply put, what is the responsibility of the makers of peace right now? You, as a creator of shalom or wholeness for other people, what is your responsibility? tangibly and specifically, what does that look like in this iteration of America? Because these are tremendous times of relational fracture. And whatever the opposite of peace is, we see it everywhere. The disconnections and the divisions, they're all around us. Our politics create barriers to peace for people. Our religion creates barriers to peace. We are committing collective violence against the planet. We have military conflicts and terrorist attacks. So where are the people of faith, morality, and conscience supposed to stand on days like these? What is our rightful place as human beings committed to compassion and courage? For example, when we see migrants being shipped across the country by politicians in performative stunts, and we see people we know supporting those actions, what is the peacemaker's place in all of that? I mean, I think that's the greatest pressure point we exist in. We agree in who we should be out there, but then the how is almost impossible, isn't it? I know that my inner peace should transcend my circumstances, but I'm not sure it should abide the suffering of others. If I can affect any of that suffering, I need to. I know that I should be calm in my own personal storms. I don't feel obligated to ask others to simply endure theirs. I find it difficult to be still while others are experiencing shaking. And right now, does our spirituality, does our commitment to compassion and courage, this is important, does it mean we are to be in the gaps between divided people, pulling them back together? Or does it mean we are to speak and act boldly, even if it means widening the gaps and forcing people to choose some sort of position? I want you to think about this, because during our question and answer time, I want you to tell me what you think. As you go forward, are you trying, is your job as a peacemaker and someone armed with compassion and courage, are you trying to make sure everyone is pulled together? Or do you realize maybe I have to speak in such a way that the divisions get greater so that we can actually talk about what's happening here? There's something in the business world called dangerous ambiguity. That means we speak in general terms and we sort of think we agree, but when it gets down to the specifics, we actually realize we don't. So that's why I like clarity and specificity. Here's why. I may have a more conservative gentleman across from me theologically, and we're trying to find the common ground. People always say, find the common ground. So, I say, I'm for families. And he'll say, oh, I am too. That's ambiguity. Everything's nice. Okay, have a nice day. But if I say, you know what? I believe a family is anyone who chooses people around them that they love to call family, and that includes marrying someone of the same gender. Whoop, suddenly, we don't both care about family. Or we do, we just have a very different definition. But this is important. The specificity matters because it brings messiness and it invites a conversation that's going to be difficult but necessary. So that's why I ask people to make sure that you have clarity and specificity about what you believe and what you will not abide. And I want to suggest that peace calls us to adopt many postures toward the same end. In the name of peace, at times, we will be silent and still, withdrawing to breathe and recalibrate and find our center. And other times we will be loud and vocal and move decisively. Sometimes in the name of peace, we will forgive someone. And other times in the name of peace, we will have to confront someone. And it's the same person. The cause of peace may lead us to decreasing the shaking in the world, and it may cause us to become the shaking. Going back to those diverse expressions of peace, to bring relational peace, I might have to have authentic, potentially painful conversations with people I love to see if peace is even possible. I went to the border not long ago, and I met with, we were at a church that was a Spanish-speaking church. and I really regretted not paying attention in high school because they were bringing in all these families, and we each had a table, and they brought families to our table to sit down. And so this man named Hector and his daughter Angelina sat down with us, and I was just completely in a, when you're out of your element and you know it, and the language barrier immediately, we were having people who were going to come and translate, but before they got there, I was having this panic attack. So I began doing something that I don't recommend doing. I began to speak slower and louder. But we're trying to figure things out, and I'm looking at Angelina, and she was about the age of my daughter at the time, and I just said to him, beautiful, very beautiful, and as well as I could remember. And then we were drawing pictures I was drawing pictures with her, and so she was connecting with me through the art, so I was like, okay, I can do that. And then we had a translator come over, but we began sharing stories, and what I was struck by was we were just two dads talking about their kids, just sharing life at this table, and I'm having this moment where I felt this, it was joy and suddenly despair, because I realized that Hector and Angelina were, to so many people I know, they were just a statistic. They're just a talking point. They were just some sort of adversary, some monster. And I realized that Hector and Angelina are going to go back to a world and to a country that sees them that way, and many people do. And I was going to go back to my life where I have all these advantages. And I just say this because I wanted to remember the fact that we're not talking about theology today. We're not talking about politics. We're talking about human beings, right? We're talking about these beautiful stories, and we have to make sure that we respect them. And so Hector and Angelina are partly why I do what I do. And it's why when I'm having turbulence or conflict with someone I know and love, or someone who is on social media, or someone in my community, I gladly undergo that process because Hector and Angelina deserve that. And that's part of what we do. We get to not only talk about what we value, we get to make sure other people's value is represented in the conversations we have. One other thing, and then we'll have some questions. No, I'll wait. I want to hear from you. I've been talking a lot. What are we thinking about? Challenged by the compassionate, active heart of Jesus, the story and the system. Anything on your mind that you haven't, as we've been talking? Would love to hear some more conversation.
Okay. We're ready to have a mic we have back there. Do you have questions? Maybe. Jason, is there anything online? Not yet. All right.
Is Christianity helpful, relevant any longer? And I don't belong to this church, so I don't want this to sound offensive. It's not about your church. But we have a lot of conversations with other people about how do we change the church? What should the church look like? On and on. And we invariably come to this place of, do we just need to burn it all down? Not literally, but do we just need to wipe the Western white church away and not start over? Because anytime you build a system, you bring all the other negative systems into it.
Right.
Do we just walk away from all of it and just say we're going to create organic communities that love Jesus and love others? And I just wonder what your thoughts are about that.
Yeah, thank you for that. A couple things come to mind. One is, you'll notice there are no megachurches in the Bible. The churches in the Bible are what we would recognize as a church, which is a home gathering, usually of people who are already living alongside an interdependent community. And it was never quite that large. There were a few that were alluded to. But because the challenge is, with growth come all the dangers. And, I was talking about the compassionate, activist heart of Jesus, and it's one thing to figure out, what do I believe Jesus would have me doing as a Christian in the world, then to say, well, I need to get 5 people, and we need to agree on that. Well, what is the character of Jesus that we emulate? Are we a more compassionate? Are we more activist? How do we do that? And so that's a challenge. And the other thing is, we do have to acknowledge that culturally we have been changing even before COVID. And COVID, what COVID did was it disrupted the patterns, and many people said, oh, this rhythm, I've got a new rhythm, and I just realized I don't need to go back to this building. And this is such a difficult thing because we're in a building that is a community doing exactly the things we're talking about, trying to be this compassionate, courageous community that speaks into the culture, that welcomes all people. And we're doing that, and all around the country we're doing that, but we're doing that in a setting where fewer and fewer people are going to go spend an hour on Sunday in a building. They are seeking spirituality in different ways. So part of it will, I think, be this organic thing that cannot be quantified, and that's difficult. And here's why it's difficult. Because the antithetical expression of Christianity is visible and quantifiable. What I lament about the people who read my writing or who have come to have the words resonate with them is they have left organized religion and they haven't come back to anything else, so it's hard to count them. I don't say this to pump up myself, please hear this. The blog that I have written has been read by well over 100 million people. I say that because it's not about my writing, but it's about saying they're out there. People like you, but people who aren't even in this building, who wouldn't go into a church ever again, they are feeling the same prompts. They're asking the same questions. They have the same values and desires to help people. They just don't know where to do it anymore. So that is the challenge for the church. We could do a whole church conference on this, but it's really about realizing churches have to rethink how they count, who they count as their people. I had a pastor the pastor who fired me, this is one of the few wise things he said. Not wise, not you're fired, but he actually sat us down in a staff meeting, large staff. He said, if we close down today, it was a Thursday, he said, if we close down today and never reopen with no notice, who would grieve our loss other than the people who already come to our building on Sundays? And we couldn't think of a lot of places outside our building where the ripples of what we do is felt enough that they would grieve our loss. And part of that is because the model is still the same even as the world has changed. The model is usually for churches, how do we get people to come here? Which is a valid and beautiful thing, but the other impulse is, how do we go where people are or meet them where they are? We have people watching us online today, which is awesome. Hi again, friends. I've been able to do ministry online, and what I'm cognizant of is that connection is real. It's not inferior, it's just different. But the beauty of it is I count those people as my community even though they'll never sign a pew pad, they'll never be claimed on the register. I think it's a mindset the church has to get in that says we're going to establish who our people are, how do we serve and love differently. I hope that answers some of your question.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, me again. Also, just wondering, you're not a black metal.
Oh, is that
fan,
Iyanka?
right?
Hi, Iyanka.
Hi, sorry. Yeah, I hope the person who made the burning comment is not a black metal fan. Just a joke. But anyway, so there actually been I'm wondering, have you ever encountered an increase of deconstruction in pop culture? Because this is not a children's cartoon, just full of parents out there, but Has Been Hotel is a cartoon that is a deconstruction of Christianity where basically it's about a hotel in hell where they try to redeem the sinners, and it's run by Satan's daughter, basically. But it's a very funny, but it's very popular. It really resonates with a lot of people. So I'm wondering, have you engaged at all with the deconstructive, cultural current, more in pop culture and outside of the church strictly?
Oh, definitely, Iyanka. And it's actually something that the more and more some people in Orthodoxy see me as an outsider or the more they just lump me in with the culture, and that's the narrative. But I love that people are seeing and exposing what is happening to millions and millions of believers who are saying, yeah, I don't fit. The deconstruction part is actually, once you start it, it's precarious, but it's easy because it starts to just unravel and you have to just go. The reconstruction is the challenge. And I think that's where many of us are. We know the pitfalls, the culture sees them, and now we also have to figure out, well, what is the way to rebuild that thing? It is a challenge. But I laugh at some of the things that many Christians would not laugh at because I'm able to see the absurdity of it all.
Hi, I was wondering, what do you think we should do about the fear and hatred that is being legislated in lots of states in the United States?
I mean, it's such a massive question, but the way I'll say it is, I tell people all the time, I have the easiest job. I'm here for a couple of days. I share some insights, some thoughts, ask you some questions, share some stories, and I'm out. I don't know what Iowa is like every day, and I don't know where to push you or nudge you or guide you. I will only say that every one of us has to be in a place where we are experiencing some discomfort because our activism is reaching the level that we are disturbing people around us. So in other words, if your family members and friends are not uncomfortable with you, maybe you're not being loud enough. If your social media friends are not unfriending you, maybe you're not quite radiating your values yet. This is a cumulative thing. It's like we move in the circle of influence. We talk about stories and systems. Circle of influence is kind of like in the middle there. Circle of influence is, who do you have an audience with? Who do you have influence with? Who listens to you? Because I am not going to be listened to by your uncle who is steeped in conservative theology. Some of you are saying yes, because I tried to invite him. So what that means is you're going to fight for the things that you believe, and you're going to work for equality and love and justice in those systems, in collectives, whether it's a faith community, an organization, an activism group, but you're also going to say, with whatever I have, whatever capital I have relationally, I'm going to leverage it. That's the only thing we can do. We can look at the stories and sit with people we know and love and say, do you have peace with this? You know, someone last night was like, how do we have these conversations? And once in a while, it's okay to say, are you okay with this? How do you respond to Hector and Angelina? You know, tell them stories and let those stories speak. Go to school boards, let those stories speak. We want to get into a situation where we're letting the story, let them interact with the story and not us, because then it's just a battle between you being right and me being right. But if you can say, here's Hector and Angelina, or here's a gay high school student, tell me if your humanity and your faith are okay with this, and then let them respond. So it's a little bit of what I was thinking as you asked. Any others?
Yes.
There we
we
go. Oh,
have
hey.
another question.
I'm just thinking back again, the whole point of if Christianity as an entity helpful. And I wonder if we're asking the wrong question, because for lack of a better word, let's say like progressive churches, we want to say, okay, we're not like the dominant narrative of Christianity right now, right?
Yes.
So we want to be on top, let's say. And we focus so much on, how do we get people to understand that we're different, that we're a different church, then we forget to actually do the work of following Jesus. Like we forget that Jesus was not popular.
Yeah.
Christianity now is so, in all its forms, right? It's so mainstream, so middle class, so that maybe Jesus never intended for Christianity. Well, he was Jewish, right? He was born Jewish and died Jewish. But like it seems like we are focusing so much on wanting to be in a certain place as the church that we don't do the job that we need to do. Because it really wouldn't matter what place are we in as the church if we're doing the work of following Jesus.
Yeah, Alejandro, perfect, yes. And that's where it's difficult to even have this conversation in a church. I'm always like thinking the staff of a church and their committees going, we invited him here to talk about church, and he's talking about leaving the church. Note to self. But you're right in this regard. I love the idea that Christians did not give themselves that name in the Bible. Right? The name was Little Christ. It was a slur, basically, saying, oh, look at those people. They're like Jesus. And the idea right now is we want to lead with we're Christian, and we really don't want to be burdened with the inconvenient teachings of Jesus. And that's even more true of people who are more conservative. So you're right, and that's where it's difficult, because what do we all do then? How do we... If you embody Jesus so much that your church shrinks from 300 to 6, then you're going to have some problems. And then you're going to have to face Is the system itself broken? Was a pastor ever meant, here I go, were we ever meant to pay pastors? Or, you see a pastor who has like, the pastor has a Lincoln Town car or whatever, and he's driving a special spot and he's, being honored. Is that ever what we were supposed to do? So even in progressive churches, we often have to ask, would Jesus be pleased with our use of resources and time? It's a valid question. It's something we can only answer together. I know a lot of churches, and this church are saying we have these campuses that are larger than we might use, but we're going to use them for the community. We're going to let them be living places where people can, oppressed groups can come, or people doing beautiful work can participate. Maybe that's part of the answer. Maybe we stop worrying about creating a thing that people want to come to and just have ourselves available as resources for the community. And maybe we don't have to worry about who gets the credit. That's the other part about it.
We have one more question.
Gandhi said a convert's enthusiasm for religion is greater than someone born into it. Pastor, my question is, are you a convert?
Did I say that earlier? Or is that a saying you're saying? Am I a convert? Follow up that question. Tell me more. What is that?
Well, it seems like you have an enthusiasm for your gospel message. And it seems, you know something about conversion. And have you had another conversion?
Wow. Some people would say I've become a terribly annoying human being. I think had I not been fired, I would have still been doing the same work, but because of the system, I would have been still softening my words maybe, or speaking around issues, or talking in ambiguities rather than clarity. What I became was tired of pretending. Tired of not being able to ask questions, tired of not being able to confront certain ideas, and tired of feeling like God was bigger than the thing that I was in. So in that way, I've stopped feeling guilt for some things that I was taught to feel guilty about. So I've been converted to the freedom that should come when God is present. There should be an exhale. God is not taken aback by my spiritual questions. God is not annoyed by my exasperation. Only people are. So that I've had God upsized, I think.
I think we'll make that the last question. John, I didn't tell you what our tradition is. We do ask that we let John go down first for the meal.
Oh, the last will be first, isn't though? That doesn't feel right now. I don't know.
I don't know. Tom, you want to take him down, or Barb, someone?
Or they take.
And while he's there, he will be back. Our second tradition is that we have a sung grace. Bill will come up to do that. And I'm going to take one other. Oh, and one reason, too, John can get there first. I know some of you would like to get a book, so maybe he'll be finished with lunch, because dog-eared books should be here. And there's a table, you maybe have noticed it, for book signing now and then later at the end of the program. And I'm going to mention one more thing, and it's right behind you. One other tradition we have been having the last few years is to have a floral arrangement here. We do have floral arrangements down on there. And notice today we have this mosaic. And in light of what we've been saying, it's been created by a member of this church, as I understand it. But the point is that beautiful, and it is mosaic. And it literally has been made of broken pieces. And in a sense, maybe sermonette. We, in a sense, in the church are broken pieces now. And what can they become? And what is that symbol, which we've had at Easter, the death of one form of life? And aren't we talking about one form of death of the church and maybe moving to new forms? And so that's what the butterfly is. So I think it's a beautiful symbol. And Walt Brueggemann, a previous well-known theologian, former TIR, in a book spoke about the fact that one of the issues we're dealing with is the grieving that's going on in this country and the anger that's going on is because people want what Walter Brueggemann says is a mythical past to go back again. So let's think about that. And we hope all of you can stay for this. Again, the emphasis in the afternoon is on the words we've heard and now the actions that can come. So it's a workshop format. As John said, there'll be more interaction. So we're ready for our grace.
Those of you who've been here before know that we have this tradition of singing Johnny Appleseed as our grace. This goes back 25, 30 years. It reminds us of our camping days at Pilgrim Heights. The words are, the Lord is good to me, and so I thank the Lord for giving me the things I need, the sun and the rain and the apple seed. The Lord is good to me. And then we'd have a fivefold amen, and you're not done until the fifth one. Okay? So here we go. Oh, the Lord is good to me, and so I thank the Lord for giving me the things I need, the sun and the rain and the apple seed. The Lord is good to me. Amen, 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 amen. Enjoy lunch.
I think we're ready to begin. It's not like they didn't like you. Well, I think we had a great lunch provided. And another tradition is being repeated. Unfortunately, we know attendance tends to drop. But here we are having the action format. I'm going to turn it over to Cornelia Flora to give a little more formal announcements. I have been asked to make this unfortunate announcement that I think you know the parking meters tickets are being given. So if you need to have your meter updated, I suggest you do that. And we did get more quarters. There are more quarters at the window of the small thing. So with that in mind, we do want to get to it. So Cornelia.
We've had several days that have suggested that Christianity is more than a set of beliefs. It is relating our beliefs to action. And this is one of the ways we're going to try to follow Christ, both individually and collectively, this afternoon as we work on plans toward action. So I'm going to turn it over to John.
All right. Well, good afternoon. Thanks for coming back. We will all have a group nap for the next hour. I'll do my best to lull you to sleep. So a couple of things. Thank you to Ames UCC. This community has just been fantastic and hospitable and open and flexible. So thank you, and thank you to the TIR committee for inviting me. And really, for my first visit to Iowa, this has been a really good one. So you've ruined me for other Iowa visits. So really, thank you. A couple things as we begin. The intention was to have a more workshop setup for this, but given that we are in a building with pews and everything's facing one direction, we'll have some challenges to actually doing that. But what I do want to have is more conversation throughout, if we can do that. And we're going to really frame this in something that I've been calling empatheology, which we had a deep dive in yesterday, and it's really a way to have a sustainable compassion. And I'm going to give you some highlights of that, and we're going to go through that in a moment. But first, a couple of things. We are talking about anger and its place, and I was remembering I was doing an event for a church in northern New Jersey, and we were talking about all of these issues that we've been bringing up today, and a woman said to me, John, we believe in all you're talking about. We totally believe in the social justice of Jesus and the kind of work he was doing. We want to be a part of that. He said, but we're nice people, and we're known as a nice church, and so we want to be nice. And that's what, and I said, well, you're known as the nice church. Do you know any churches who are known as the mean church? Or can you imagine someone put that on their website? Like, we're the apathetic church. We're ambivalent to you. So she said, we just want to be nice. I said, being nice is nice, but you could also be Christ-like. And I said, because Jesus wasn't always nice, he was always loving. And as Charles reminded me, it was Matthew 23 is the chapter where Jesus completely, goes off on the religious leaders. But again, what Jesus does, it could be looked at as pointed and confrontational and direct and bold, but it's always loving because the motive of Jesus is for the person who is being damaged and asserting their humanity. So, I wanted us to make sure that we understand that Jesus wasn't always nice, he was always love. And it was not a saccharine Hallmark movie pop song love, because he flipped the tables of the vendors because of his love for what he called his Father's house. He ripped into the hypocritical religious leaders who leveraged their position and their power to exploit people because of his love for those they manipulated. And he declared his mission was to be good news for the poor and the sick and the vulnerable and the imprisoned because he loved them, which sounded like bad news to the wealthy and the powerful and the corrupt. So what we want to do is embody a love that looks like Jesus, which means we can get rid of niceness addiction. We will try to be kind, but that doesn't always mean it's going to be pleasant for people to experience what we have to say. And the only thing I also wanted to mention before we jump in here is you're probably familiar with Project 2025. If you're not, I'm sorry to ruin your day, but read it. Project 2025 is really embodies what we're talking about with a religion that is intertwined with politics and seeks to do something that Jesus would never have sanctioned, which is legislate morality and make religion compulsory, right? Jesus was about inviting people in and allowing them to say yes or no to what he was inviting them to. It was never about power or brute force or imposing your will on someone. And that's what I think when we talk about a fearful religion, that's what that fearful religion has lost the idea that religion should be a choice made by someone who, because spirituality is the deepest, most profound decision someone can make. So I wanted to kind of talk about Project 2025 just to say, please read it and make people aware of it, because we've been talking about really as if there's these two polar opposite experiences, and we know that life is really in the gray, and there's this humane middle in the center where people might be part of a church that's like this, and might be part of a very different church, but would still be willing to engage and to listen and to have dialogue. So it's not as if it's totally tribal and there's only these two far ends, although that's getting more common. And what we want to be doing as people of courage and compassion is saying we want to reach as many people who are still willing to engage and figure out how to engage them. And hopefully we're just going to have some simple tips for how to do that in the next few minutes that we have together. I like this quote from C.S. Lewis to start us off. He says, "Everyone thinks forgiveness is a lovely idea until he has something to forgive." And I think every one of us believes in loving people with different views until those different views are in front of us, and then we have to decide. Or everyone believes in loving our neighbor until our neighbor turns out to be a real jerk. So I think you're here probably because you're tired. And as I said yesterday, and I'm hoping it won't be offensive to too many of you, and we can bleep it out later, but it's exhausting to give a damn. To be a person of compassion in a time and a place when compassion is in such great demand. You know, you wake up every day, you push back against predatory politicians and toxic systems and corrupt legislation and human rights atrocities and acts of treason and former presidential tweet tantrums and your neighbor who you don't understand and church leaders who are letting you down, and you're trying to figure out, how do I keep going in days like these? And so hopefully, if you leave with nothing else, I hope you're leaving with a reminder that you're not alone and that there are so many people doing this work alongside you. So, as I said, I've been traveling the country and I've been trying to figure out, when we talk about compassion, what are the barriers to it? The barriers to compassion are really the same for you and for me and for everyone. And so I'm going to give you a couple simple directives here, and we're going to talk about them. So the first one is, I said, to look for the fears and false stories. Now, that's important because, as I said, fear drives so much of what we do, and our goal is usually we're trying to change people's minds, we're trying to alter their politics, at least on the surface. I'm saying this is what we do. We want to change their theology, we want to give them a better kind of way to see the world, but really what we're trying to do is take away their fear, because perfect love casts out fear. And what Jesus always did was bring his presence to people and allow them to be fully seen and fully heard and fully loved. And so we want to look for the fears and false stories, because those are the keys in helping people enter into a place where they can exhale. And that's what always, the work of Jesus should always be surrounded by that sense of foundness. And here's the thing about fears and false stories. You have them too. And what I've realized is there's an irony in that we've probably been operating as if there's a group of people out there that we're worried about and terrified by, right? So the question becomes, are we simply doing what another group of people might be doing, just with a different scare story, a different mythology? And I think it came down to, we talked about this yesterday, people individually are not as scary as people collectively, or at least we can reach people individually, but collectively it becomes problematic. But it's important to remember that we don't all in this room agree on everything theologically or politically. If we spend enough time together, we'd find out all the things that we don't have in common, and we'd have to navigate that. Some of us are fully LGBTQ affirming, and some of us might be struggling to make sense of that in light of the story we grew up in. Or some of us might not believe that, some of us might say, of course, women can be pastors, and some might say, I just didn't grow up in that, environment. So we're not a monolith in this room. We're not one thing. Same goes for the church across town where you may be going, those people over there. But if you go to that church and hung around, you'd realize they don't all agree. So we want to meet people where they are. So looking for the fears and false stories is huge. And here I'm going to give you a warning. If you look for the fears and false stories, people will defend their false stories violently and passionately. Even if those stories are false, they bring a comfort. They bring a sense of security. They have created their sense of community around that story. So looking for the fears and false stories isn't just this easy antiseptic thing. It is very visceral, and it's going to place you in the path of people who are going to be really passionate. Why? Because this is stuff that we care about. The reason why you're twisted in your bowels, they're twisted too. They just have a different story as to why. So you see immigration, you see the crisis at the border, you see people who are so oppressed and vulnerable that they're willing to uproot their families and go across tremendous obstacles and face dehydration and death to go to a place where they might not even be welcomed. And you say, I wonder why that happens, and you're trying to fix the broken system that created that, but also the circumstances that help them. Someone else in another theological mindset might see that same thing and see, I'm in danger because of all these people that we don't have the capacity to care for, and they may be criminals, and whatever else they're thinking, right? So again, we're meeting around an objective reality, trying to figure out how to get our subjective minds synced up somehow. But I want you to look for the fears and false stories. And what we said was yesterday, there are three kinds of fear. Real fear, something, a genuine threat that has to be responded to. False fear, which is fear that doesn't really exist, but it does for us, and that's all that matters because we're still scared. And anticipatory fear, which is fear of something that's going to happen that we don't know if it's going to actually happen, but we're operating as if it will. Consider something like November 5th. People say to me, John, we're 5 months away from this and this and this. And I said, well, we might be, but that's 5 months from now, so we won't know that until we get there. So until then, let's not rob ourselves of joy today thinking about tomorrow. So remember, fear can operate a number of ways on all of us. And the thing about fear is you don't need to like everyone or agree with everyone. You can show compassion and still end up with irreconcilable differences. All right? Any thoughts on fears and false stories? As I've talked about them earlier, as I'm sharing now, what are you thinking about the fears of the person that you're trying to reach across a divide? Anyone want to just give me a comment or two and I'll repeat them? You don't have a clue how to influence them. Well, here's an example. When my daughter was really young, she was terrified by thunderstorms. So was my dog, by the way. I have two daughters, one human and one canine, and they were both terrified of thunderstorms, but very different reactions. My dog would be frozen, shaking. We'd find my dog in the bathtub, but if there ever a storm was coming, we'd know, because the dog was like a little furry meteorologist. And we'd say, oh, a storm's coming. My daughter would be very different. The thunder would come, and she would come running, screaming, hyperventilating. And I always thought that was interesting. One was frozen and one was frantic. And the storms in our lives come, right, and they do one of the two things with us. Right now, we're either unable to move or unable to rest. Fear does that to us. We're unable to move or unable to rest, and I wonder what you feel most right now. But the thing about my daughter Selah is she would get so upset. Finally, one day I brought her outside on the porch, sat her down in the middle of the storm, and I began to tell her how the storm worked. I had to Google it first, but I did. And something happened. She began to just slow her heart rate and her breathing, and she put her full weight in my lap, and then she finally began to actually enjoy it. And now she's 14 years old, and still, if she would watching this, she would be embarrassed. But every time there's a storm, she goes outside on the porch and waits for me to come out there. And the reason is because I right-sized the storm for her, and I let her know that I would be present with her. And I think that's what we can offer people is to say, okay, I see your fear. Let me try and tell you why I don't think you need to be afraid. And it's not to accuse them, and it's not to point fault in them and make them feel stupid. It's to say, this thing you're worried about, I don't think it merits that in you. I think, and I would tell them the same thing, that God, that state of fear, of being frozen or frantic, they're not places God wants us to stay very long. We can visit those, but we can't live there. And I would just let them know that if they do believe in God, that God wants safety and security for them as well as the person that they're afraid of. That's just a thought I have for you. Other thoughts on fear, how to navigate it, how to think about the false stories, how to look at your own false stories. Sir.
Sometimes people have difficulty separating the fear of unknown and the fear of reality. And a lot of times, fear of the unknown is usually something that's, well, I won't say it's imagined, but if you don't know something, you're more fearful about something that's unknown than something that's known and threatening.
Yes, so the fear of the unknown is always worse than the fear of the known. And it's also why people will stay in a story that is maybe even detrimental to themselves. They'll stay in a movement or in a party or a church community that is doing damage to them because they just accept that reality has got to be better than whatever is outside. And that's one of the things, as we talk about courage and compassion, sometimes I say to people, I just want you to understand that I was in the world where you are, and once I stepped outside of it, it actually got more beautiful, and it's actually, there's this expansive space for you. And people don't realize that. They think that they're betraying God or that they're going to get in trouble, which is a huge part of the fear. Remember, some of the fear, they're just afraid of being squashed by God. I know so many people who, they vote the way they do, they support the people they do, they are behind causes they are because they have this voice in their head from very early on that says, God is out to squash you, so don't tick him off, right? So look for those fears, look for the false stories. The second thing I want you to think about, be mindful of the grief we all carry. I began to share this yesterday. Two funny things happened in Minnesota when I was doing a talk. One, we were talking before the actual seminar began, and this woman with her partner were there, and she said, she's probably in her 50s, and she said, John, you know, I have to confess I've been suicidal a few times in my life. She said, but I've never been homicidal until now. And she said, I'm angry all the time. I'm ready to just, and I said, okay. I stepped a few feet away. But she was joking, of course, but she was saying, I'm recognizing this thing, this difference in me. And I imagine that we could look at ourselves from 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 years ago and realize we're probably fundamentally different. How could we not be? And one of those differences maybe means we're more irritable, we're less able to tolerate difference, we're more impatient, whatever that could be. And in Minnesota, the other thing that happened was, doing the walk and talk, as I said, with a woman, and she said, John, I'm so angry all the time. I hate how angry I am. I've become someone that I don't recognize. And I said, well, you could be angry, but you might just be grieving. Have you ever thought about the fact that you're in mourning? And she said, I never realized that that's it. And then she could give me this litany of things she was lamenting, the loss of her friendships and her family and her church community and her loss of her sense of place in America. And I don't know why you're here this weekend, but I imagine you're here because you're grieving the loss of something. Maybe it's your idea of God or country or family. Maybe it's your belief in the goodness of people. Maybe it's a relationship that you've treasured all your life. Maybe it's a community that you felt like home in that now feels foreign to you. You may be grieving the loss of your sense of optimism about the future or the lightness that you used to feel when you got up every day. And anger isn't what you're afflicted with. It's just a symptom of a heart sickness that is your grief. And I always tell people there are 8 billion separate funerals going on right now, right? Take away the pandemic. Take away the political tribalism. Take away the fractures that religion has caused. And you have people in your life who you are not the same with. And this is the story here. The story is across the table from you, in your church, in your communities. And so the grief is huge. And the question becomes, you can be mindful of the grief, but what do you do with that? So as I talk about grief, could you maybe name some of your own grieving that you've been doing lately? Or maybe with your experience with grief, how would you approach people who are different than you, knowing that they're carrying loss, that they too are in mourning? And have you ever thought about that? Ma'am. So you're grieving. Go ahead. So you're grieving the loss of life in Palestine, in Israel, grieving the relationships that have been altered by that, grieving our nation and our nation's part in that. And that's huge. And you touch on something when you mention that. You're thinking about that. Some of you are thinking about mass shootings. You know, you're grieving those things. Or you're grieving outright racism that we're seeing from our politicians. Here's the problem with the grief that we all carry. We all carry grief that is natural and is possible to carry. Usually someone we love, they grieve, they die one time and we spend our whole lives grieving that one event, processing that one event. But what we're dealing with is a perpetual accumulated grieving, right? We get up in the morning and we have this crisis that we see that our politicians are inflicting on the poor or the marginalized, and we're trying to hold that and process it, and then we're looking at something half a world away where people are being, killed by the thousands, and then we're trying to hold that grief. And then we look at we have insurrectionists in our government and all of these things, and over. What that means is we're never able to fully process anything. And so we're in a state of unaddressed mourning. And so the only thing I can say to you is you have to take some time and be mindful of the grief that you carry and realize that the human heart and the body are not designed to hold this much trauma. So we have to figure out wise ways to do that. So how do you stay compassionate and be someone who is immersed in this kind of mourning? I don't know. That's where I sort of run out of ways to be helpful, but we have to diagnose it at least. Other thoughts about grieving? Yes. Okay, beautiful. Embracing lament and not falling into the sort of platitudes of God's got it or God's in control, let go and let God. I love that because it's really easy just to fall into, we're familiar with the prosperity gospel, right? Prosperity gospel is saying faith is synonymous with material success, so that you believe to the degree that you believe God is going to give you things. And we know that's false. We just have to look at the scriptures. As dangerous as the prosperity gospel is, so is the positivity gospel, which I would say the positivity gospel is exactly that. Hey, trust God, everything's fine. Well, yeah, trust God, but also move. Pray and then do something. The reason why we object to the idea of the word thoughts and prayers are not because we don't believe thoughts and prayers are important. It's that they cannot be substituted for actual tangible action. So as you think about grief, realize there is a huge component of faith. We just went through Holy Week. Holy Week, yes, it's about this resurrection, but it's also about this time before of being in darkness and sadness and grieving and nothing making sense and feeling like giving up, and then realize there is a surprise that can come that defies your understanding. But we can't forget about the darkness and the lament. And so we're in that a lot of the time. And part of it's to cut yourself some slack too, is to realize I may not be perpetually angry, I just may be really, really sad. And we'll go through these, then I'll give us some time, we'll talk about some more good stuff. Confront the epidemic of loneliness. I shared this story the other night. Again, I'm sorry to repeat some of these, but I want our friends who are here today only to be able to understand where we've been sitting. I had a gathering at the first time I was at a megachurch on staff, and I had this big student gathering, and there were 2 students who were on the periphery of the room, hundreds of kids, hundreds of parents, and I'm, doing my youth pastor thing, and there were 2 students at the wall, and they had their arms folded, and I described going up there and being in youth pastor mode and just trying to say, hey, welcome, I'm so glad you're here, and a lot of, doing my thing, and they were just not having any of it. And so I was trying to tell them about all the cool stuff that we had planned for them, and all the gaming systems and the stage and the basketball courts and all the cool things, and they didn't want to hear it. And I started to get like flop sweat, like, okay, I got to get out of here. So I'm like, I did my best, and then I left and thought I had failed them. And then a couple days later, I got an email from the older of the 2, which was the sister. And she said, I just, don't know if you remember us. We were at this event the other night. And she said, we really didn't want to be there, as if I couldn't tell. And she said, we had been forced to go by our parents. And I said, well, that's what a student pastor wants. Children under duress. And she said, but we had a really bad experience at our former church with our youth pastor. And she said, but you really seem to care. And you asked us questions and you looked me in the eye. And she said, you made me feel visible. And I rarely feel visible. And that's the phrase that turned everything in my ministry. And it was a pivot point for me where I decided that's what I wanted to be in the business of, seeing people, because I think that's what Jesus did. So I wanted to be the story learner. I wanted to be the person who gets proximity with people. And so the epidemic of loneliness is important for us to remember for 2 reasons. We fight loneliness and isolation, one, in relationship, right? That's where the story is. And in the system, we fight it in community. When we look at loneliness, when we ask ourselves why a group of people we loved and have grown up with and respect, how they could follow a movement that they're a part of, how they could embrace something like that. You've asked that, right? Sometimes it's because they found a sense of belonging there that they lacked for whatever reason. Something in a grievance was voiced, or I see you kind of message was given, that even if it's not true, and even if it's predatory toward them, they believe it enough that they get some identity from that group. That's why hats and flags are so much a big part of this movement, because I'm a part of something now. I'm important. And what we want to do is, as people of courage and compassion, who are people of faith, morality, and conscience, we want to fight that loneliness by giving people a sense of community in something that is for them, something that is not predatory. So that's what we need to be building. When you say, what is the secret? The secret is, we know, someone just said to me, how did she phrase it? Well, we're talking about people who have left the church, let's say, but they're connecting online, and so they don't count, we don't see them, but they're still doing all that, and it's still a good thing, and that's true. The problem is there's no place for people like that to be physically seen and manifested together. So the conservative religious movement in our country is very visible, very loud, and very, it's a sprawling thing, whereas a more progressive kind of expression, a more moderate kind of expression is not seen because we don't have the mechanisms to let it be seen. But we want to confront loneliness because the truth is, everyone wants to be seen and heard and loved. That student in my ministry, you do, I do, right? And you know who else wants to be seen and heard and loved? The people you like, and the people you love, and the people you don't like, and the people you despise. Every one of us is dying to think that we matter and we're seen. So confronting the epidemic of loneliness is a profoundly sacred spiritual act. Be a student of other people. That doesn't mean necessarily that you do what we do and you just say, how could these people do this? It means something deeper. And I shared this with my friends yesterday. Let's imagine here. Let's imagine a still life here. Some ordinary objects. I'm going to put this here. I'm going to add this. This is good. Because they don't give you exciting things to actually draw. Because I was in art school. And so we had this still life, and we were getting ready to draw, and we were setting up, and our professor said, before you do that, come over here. And he gathered us all around the still life. And he goes, this is a collection of ordinary objects that people have lost sight of the beauty in. They just go right past them. And he said, the only way you as an artist, your job is to show people the beauty in the things that they no longer find the beauty in. Show them the extraordinary in the ordinary. And he said, the way you do that is you have to become a student of what you draw. You have to actually get close to it and feel its weight and see how it reacts to light, and is it cool or warm, and is it rough or is it smooth? And you get close to the thing and you study it, and once you've become a student of what you draw, then you can find the things that you want to show people. Well, the truth is, if we want to show people their inherent beauty, we have to be students of the people in our path. And that requires proximity. And what happens is the distance starts to develop when we have disagreements with people, and that distance is dangerous. Even though we sometimes have to, it's always going to be better if we can get closer to people and get their real stories. So I want you to be students of other people. What I mean by that is have a posture of curiosity. Because what Jesus does over and over is not just scream at someone from a distance, but he gets close to people, close enough so he can dine with people. You know what's amazing about Jesus? He dines with his friends and he dines with his adversaries. I don't know about you, but I'm not in a hurry to dine with my adversaries. I might have coffee with my adversaries, right? But there's this proximity that we need and a posture of curiosity as we do. Because I think the moment we think we've figured people out is the moment we've dehumanized them or shortchanged them of their full humanity. Becoming a student of other people is the work of Jesus. And the fifth thing that we shared yesterday was, remember your lenses. So, I was at Universal Studios, told my friends yesterday, we went with the kids to Florida. You know how fun that can be. Just getting there, right? Get up in the morning at the crack of dawn and you pile the kids in the car, you drive to the airport, you take a plane, which takes you to a bus, which takes you to the hotel, and you get on a tram, and you get on another tram, and you get to a place where you take fake transportation that you have paid for. right? And so we were going to go to this Shrek 4D thing was the first thing we were going to go to. It's a 3D movie. You put on the 3D glasses and they spray water and air at you. It's very immersive, you know? So we get to the Shrek 3D thing. We walk in. They give us our little yellow plastic 3D glasses, and we sit down. The house lights go down. It says, please put on your 3D glasses. So we do, and we're getting ready, and the presentation begins, and I'm not impressed. I just didn't feel like it had the realism it should have, given the price point and how much I did to get there. And so I look around, and everyone else is having a great time. I'm like, who can account for them? I must have higher standards than they do. And I looked at my wife, who can usually mirror my displeasure in social situations, and she's having a great time. And I said, well, can't account for her taste. She married me, right? So I stood and just endured this subpar entertainment experience for 7 minutes, and then house lights come up, and my wife says, what's that on top of your head? I said, what? And I look, yellow glasses. What I had done is I had put on my ordinary non-prescription sunglasses to watch a 3D movie. So, as you can imagine, my wife is long-suffering, and I said, can we go again? So she said, yeah. So we got in line again, went through the queue, got our 3D glasses, sat down, house lights go down. I actually put on the 3D glasses, and you know what? It was amazing. So realistic. But the lenses through which we view the world matter. And I want you to remember your lenses. Because the lenses that you have were formed since you were born. And they were made by the people who raised you, and the churches you were a part of, and the community that you were in, and your life experiences and your very physicality. They all form this highly personalized, incredibly selective, incredibly subjective view of the world. And why is this so important? Because right now you brought your lenses in, and there are as many different lenses as there are people in this room. And if all of you claimed Christian, that you were Christian, that would mean there were 150 Jesuses in this room. Very different. A very specific but incomplete Jesus. And the beauty of community is we say, all right, we have to all compare our Jesuses together and see what of Jesus' character we're going to emulate in the world. But the truth is, those lenses are so skewed, we even take them to the scriptures and we read the stories of Jesus and we look for the things that ratify our prejudices or consent to our politics or echo the story that we tell ourselves. So that's why it's difficult, because we always have these lenses. But you know what compassion does, friends? It says, let me be a student of you. Let me learn your story. And would you show me what you see with your lenses? I want to see what you see. I want to understand the way you view the world. Compassion doesn't just say, oh, you see things differently. No, I want to see how you see. And so that's a huge part, remembering your lenses. It's important too, because have you ever noticed we all make God slightly or substantially in our own image? When I advocate for the things of God, it really sounds like my voice, which is curious. And so the challenge is, can I have a belief in a God who is bigger than I can fathom and hold my image of that God loosely while holding my convictions tightly? And so that's a huge part of this, reflecting upon your lenses and trying to understand not only how others see, but how you see in the way that your story may be hindering you from really being present. So there's a bunch of stuff there. What do you want to respond to? What is the most challenging idea? What is the most encouraging thing that you see up there? Something that maybe echoes where you think you're getting it right? Tell me. Or just questions in general about anything we've talked about for the past few hours.
Professor and I would say, it just seems like this also could be a list of what we can and should be doing as educators and what we can and should be doing as we try to engage with students and one another in
Yeah, as a instructor at Iowa State University, saying this would be a good model for how to interact with our students as well. And really, because our theology, our working theology, which is what this is talking about, should exist with us wherever we are. It shouldn't change based on the environment that we surround ourselves with. And really, honestly, when I look at this, this is how I became the kind of pastor that I became, for better or for worse. But for me, it was that I started getting better stories about people who I had false stories about. I dehumanized people. I didn't have diversity around me. And then this all kind of helped me begin to realize I wanted to be around people who I had something to learn from. So there's a lot here, but it's always about the internal condition of the person across from us. Yes? So you're interacting with someone and you realize that your lenses are broken? Okay, you realize in engaging with someone that it's actually your lenses and you realize, okay, this is a me problem. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I go through that every day, and it's just about strong denial. No, I'm not saying. I talk about privilege a lot in this way. Privilege was something that when we are awakened to the reality of it, there's often a defense posture that says, wait a minute, no, this is why this is wrong in my case. We want to show why we're special. And if we can step outside of that, what happens is then we can face, no, this is reality. And then comes two things, grief and a response. And when you find out that you had a fundamental incorrect view or a set of lenses that was distorted, it's about saying, then I want to see correctly. And all that entails, if I have to let go of things I used to believe, if I have to disconnect from community that I was a part of, I think for me, I had to do the grieving of realizing the church is a perpetuator of injustice, and I've been a part of that system for a long time. I either have to stay and change it, or I have to leave it and do different kinds of ministry. So there's always a response, and the response is hard because then we have to change our plan, you know? Do we have a microphone to pass if there's some folks in the back? Thank you, Jason.
Hi. So one thing I noticed is kind of like a binary between affirming of GLBT identities and non-affirming. But like, it kind of like, it's one thing to like, be affirming in like a general thing. It's another thing to also give actual like ministry to people who are GLBT. I mean, it's very fun to say, oh yeah, I love the gay, but like, what if I hate my ex-girlfriend? And, it kind of like, can people actually minister effectively to the community as opposed to just like, paying lip service to the general idea of equality?
Okay, so you're saying, yeah, there's a difference between some sort of lip service that says, in theory, you as a people group, we respect and love, but when the individual comes up, we're not really capable or equipped to minister to them. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically, because like it's one thing to like be in favor of the general idea of like gay rights, which is a legal construct. Then there's a whole other matter to deal with people who are actually in the community who have intra-community issues as well as past relationship issues and have have like very messy human needs.
Perfect, Ianka. Because when we talk about some of the stuff we've been talking about, what we're really talking about is diversity of thought. Remember when I said I thought I liked a bigger table until I had the bigger table challenged? We all feel like we want diversity until diversity shows up. In the 2016 election happened, we had a really progressive church, or so we thought, but what we realized is that people from our church, many of them, had deconstructed their theology. They got newer theology, but they still had their old politics. And what we realized was at the night of the election or the day after, we said we were going to open up the community for people who were grieving. And then some people in our community said, well, wait a minute, saying that people are grieving is actually a political statement, so how can we do that? And it got messy, and we realized, okay, diversity is a great idea until messy diversity shows up. So to your point, we can't just philosophically love all people. We have to figure out, what do people need? What different kinds of expressions of love do people need? And really it comes down to, as you said, messiness and time. One of the greatest things a church can give its people is space to say, we don't have to rush. You know, the problem is, these difficult conversations slow things down. You know, Sunday's coming. But what if we use a Sunday morning and we said, instead of the worship service today, we're going to talk like this and have everyone just bring the full contents of their hearts and see what happens. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I'll take the morning off. Yes, sir.
And you talked earlier about how there's only so much grief we as people can carry.
Yes.
And for those of us who have children as well, we're carrying their grief along with them, which kind of leads into only so much energy you can put into connection with other people because you're just in survival, self-sustaining.
Yes.
And so I don't know what words you might have to that as to how, any words of encouragement, or just how did you experience that with your family when you started going through that as well?
Okay, so the question is, you know, processing my own grief is one thing, but then you've got children, you're trying to help them through their grief. So I guess a little bit of it is like how to stay buoyant and not let yourself, you know, let it kind of sink you. I have nothing. No, I think we went through, you know, in the workshop yesterday, a series of kind of simple things. But one of the things I would say is there's what I call engaging and withdrawing. And it's like a two-step dance of doing this successfully, where you're engaging with the world, you're doing all the things that matter to you, and then you're pulling away, you're withdrawing to places that recalibrate you. And so I use the image of Jesus, where he does look at the crowds and he has compassion on them. He sees their internal condition, but he also, there are plenty of times in Scripture where they can't find Jesus. And as I said, you know, you have a 2:30 healing, Jesus, where are you? And Jesus is in a solitary place praying, because I think there he could rest and recalibrate. And so I encourage all of us to do engage and withdraw, because most of us are just engaging, and not retreating to the places of silence, solitude, rest that help, you know, replenish us. And as a family, we have to figure out how to do that too. I have to say, all right, I have to put aside the problems of the world and attend to these beautiful human beings who I'm living life alongside. One of the themes of the Compassion Fatigue workshop, which I want to share with all of you, is that you can't just do activism to the detriment of your life. That you have to have full relational health, that you have to have physical and emotional health. You have to take care of yourself. It's not a disrespect to the activism. It actually informs the activism and fuels it. So the only thing I could do is to realize when you or your family need to say, we have to invest and get selfish about ourselves and pull away and just live together, live life. It is a privilege. People say, I feel so privileged. I can rest and people here can't. Precisely because you have the blessing to be able to do that, you should. Because we wish we could have that for everyone. We wish every human being could be free from the kind of pressures that we're thinking about. So we don't want to penalize ourselves for the ability to rest. It's not a suggestion, it's a command to rest. Right over here. Oh, I think there's a microphone coming. Thank you, Betsy.
A tendency many of us have in churches, I think, and as individuals, is to think that we have to fix the problem and to come up with a solution. And maybe something that I might add to your list is to remember to ask what it is that people need. And then really take that seriously, because a lot of times we assume we know what somebody needs. You know, we've been empathic, we've listened, we've heard everything they've said, and here's the fix, here's the solution. And instead, we need to back off a bit and say, so what would be helpful? What resource do you need? What might be able to help?
Yeah, I think that's really wise. And if we are a seer of the full human being and people are visible and we respect their story, then we trust them enough to be able to verbalize what it is that would help them. And it's the assumption that always gets us wrong. You know, people come up to me all the time and say, I'm praying for you because you're going to hell. And I say, okay, well, if you believe that, thank you. But also it'd be nice for you to come to me and say, here's where I think you're getting it wrong. So it's kind of funny, too. I always want people to say, well, tell me where I'm in error. People might actually want to know that, I think. Yes, sir.
It's dawning on me after listening to you a couple of days that one of the reasons I'm not getting very far down the path that you recommend is that I am so defensive. One might say my middle name is defensive. Bill Defensive Young Class. Can you help me with overcoming my defensiveness?
Kind of taken aback by that, Bill. Well, yes. Defensiveness is simply the knee-jerk response to the idea that you might not be right. So right away we want to say, I'm shutting that down, I'm going to be defensive. But if we can say, I'm going to have the humility to realize that maybe I have things to learn yet, even from someone whose opinion is the opposite of me, because the only reason we're here is we've progressed over time, right? We didn't just wake up one day and say, I'm LGBTQ affirming. Some of us did, but maybe we didn't, because we evolved over time in incremental conversations and awakenings and learnings. And so that just means for us, we have to remember that we're not finished. I hope to argue with my former self. You know, I hope tomorrow that I look at me today and go, oh, you didn't know everything. So there is a humility that is required for that. So that's what I would say, to try to embrace the idea that you're not finished yet. And if you're not finished, well, then you're going to learn something. And it may be, you may learn from the exchange, I was actually more right than I thought. But that's not always true. Yes?
Sorry to speak again.
No, that's okay.
This feels and seems, well, I'm excited about it, but also very one-to-one, person-to-person, human-to-human. And that is a great thing and a lovely thing, and feels very, very Christ-like. And it seems like, though, that the other side, or if that's the verbiage we want to use, is so much about power and about large numbers and this movement. And this feels like this grassroots, person-to-person, the complex, slow work. And it feels like there's this urgency right now that I'm scared, do we have the time to do this? Like, and so that's I'm struggling with that right now, because I'm like, yes, I want to do that with everybody I know, and would love to just, sit and have all those one-to-one things. And I believe that is valuable. And yet the opposition feels so big, so powerful, so much about power, and it feels so urgent.
No question, and this is certainly much more applicable in a story rather than a system, and the system is the thing that once people are a part of it, then they're set up to either have power over you or be powerless. And so what I would say is, I would see these in conjunction. We do both, and we do this work wherever we can in the small and close of our lives. And then we participate in communities, whether that is a faith community or a political action group, and we do the work of strongly opposing systems that are broken. So the urgency is there. However, we can still do this without taking time away from other pursuits. For me, this is most in the trenches, where it's never going to trend on social media. It's never going to make the news, but it's still, as Jesus would say, the yeast in the dough. It's that thing that's just permeating, because we're trying to do this on a massive scale, and it's a different mindset. It's hard to have a theology that doesn't want to overpower people. I talked about it yesterday. a progressive pastor saying, John, I love my progressive community, but I miss hell. And he said, when I had hell, I could get people to do anything. I'd get them to vote, I could get them to give, I could get them to participate. And he said, when I lost hell, I lost the urgency to leverage people. So as a progressive community, can we leverage urgency in a different way, that we're not there to condemn or have damnation to throw at people, but really humanity, lives that are being taken and lost, and human rights that are being taken away? That's where our urgency needs to be. So it doesn't substitute activism on that scale. Oh, hi, Charles.
Yes. I'm going to go back to fears, because you used that term about the three kinds of fears and anticipatory fears.
Mm-hmm.
Being an Old Testament major, and Amos is my favorite, I consider prophets to be truth tellers, God's truth tellers. And so, like Amos told the high priest, all these alliances, you have all these false things, and also you're forgetting people. And I know we run that risk of feeling so righteous, but aren't we called to be truth tellers, like the prophets?
Mm.
And then the second part, again, and this is now using the word facts, now an educational. Timothy Snyder of Yale says, and he has a book on tyranny, and the 10th lesson is, again, truth, that you have to tell the truth or have facts. And I know there's a difference, truth and facts, but he said, if we don't, democracy has to be built on facts. If it's only built on opinions, the biggest wallet will win out.
Mm.
So really, you get down to some practical things. With all of those good things, though, how do we avoid feeling so self-righteous? But don't we have the mission to tell the truth and to really tell people when they don't have facts, and be open to conversations about what are the real facts?
Well, we certainly do, Charles. And I think part of it is if you were sitting in a more orthodox conservative church right now, they would say, well, the truth and love, that's what we got. So it's often almost impossible to get to what is the bedrock reality so we can start from there, because most people, yes, we are responsible to do that, but when people have been conditioned, the term woke we talked about, right? If the minute you hear me talk about climate change, you go, oh, that's the woke left. Or the minute someone says, oh, immigration, they're all here to do this, they're saying your bedrock truth is wrong. And so how do you argue them about that? The only thing you can do is build up an equity of trust in relationship and have someone that you can exchange these ideas every day and see if we can slowly pull that apart. Brian McLaren, who many of you know, Brian talks about democracy breaks down when the center begins to pull toward opposite sides and people are here. The people in the middle start turning toward the extremes and their backs are to one another and they stop talking to one another. And so I think that's where we are. And if we could say we're just going to fight for truth, or we're going to give them the words of the prophet, and they might say, "Oh, you're a false prophet." So it's a challenge. I wish I had a better answer for you, other than we just got to get up every day and try something and course correct when it doesn't work. I see a hand back there. Oh, microphone's coming around. Sorry for all the cardio, Betsy. Making you work today.
I was just going to say that in my personal life, I think that it's difficult to try to share what seems to be a provable fact to anyone unless you have some kind of understanding of what they want their personal truth to be.
That's interesting. So there's a palatable truth, or a truth that they are possible for them to embrace, you're saying?
Well, I think sometimes if we've established a personal truth based on whatever got us to that point, then just as cognitive dissonance works, we want to gather in the information that confirms what we've already established. and it's hard to, you can't always push a provable fact onto someone who doesn't want that as part of their personal truth.
Right, and one of the things that we're missing here too is the power of story to be persuasive as well. I talked about Hector and Angelina, so I might sit with someone who has a perspective about everyone at the border, and I might sit them down and say, here's a picture of Angelina, here are Hector and Angelina, here's their story, here's who they are. Now what are you going to do with that? Because it goes against the narrative that you have, and you may then have to say, well, that's just an exception, but at least they have to deal with a story, and we're not trying to volley back and forth talking points. I'm just having these human beings present and letting the other person respond. And that's what we have to just once in a while realize, is we have to give people's humanity a chance to work if we can. And that might not be about a theological debate or a political discussion. It might be about sitting with a human being as much as we are able to do that.
I've heard a word you mentioned several times today, and that's curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember where I heard this, but it was in regards to talking to someone that you disagree with greatly. And so instead of just, so this is in verbiage really, instead of saying, I just don't understand how you can think that way, and instead to say, I'm just curious why you think that.
Mm-hmm.
So that opens the door on both sides, so you don't get a door slammed in your face.
Right.
You can maybe get a foot into their door, and I haven't tried this, so I don't know if it works, but it seems like a good idea and a place at least to start, because we have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
We have to keep going.
No, that's great advice, and I think about my friend Susan, who I read about. Susan got to the 2016 elections that happened, and she's brokenhearted like many of us were at the fractures we were seeing, and she said, I decided I'm going to host a group of women at my home every week. We're going to play bridge and have lunch, and we're going to talk about issues. She said, but these are all women who are theologically and politically the opposite of me. And so she said, I'm going to sit with them every week in my home, and now you're probably all thinking, oh, isn't that nice? And it's been really not nice for a lot of the time, and she would come up to me on many weekends and say, she'd have the paper or something, and she'd go, have you seen this? If you still pray, would you pray for me? Because we're going to have to deal with this in our home today, right? We're going to have to talk about this in my... And she said, it's been really difficult, but then she said, one day, maybe a year and a half in, she said, something great happened this week. I said, what? She said, we were talking about the racial divide, and these are all women over 60, white women. And she said, I'm talking to this Southern Baptist woman about race, and this woman starts to cry. And so my friend Susan said, well, why are you crying? And she said, I just don't know why God made other races. Right? And I was thinking, I'm glad I wasn't there. Because I would have made some wise remark like, if Adam and Eve existed, they weren't Caucasian, or I would have said, the cradle of civilization didn't come with a Cracker Barrel. There's a bigger world than this. But she didn't. And she said one thing there. She said, tell me more. And she let this woman just cry. And the woman said, if God had only made one race, we would all get along. There wouldn't be these fights. And so what my friend learned was, this is a woman who was not a bad person. She was a good person with a bad story. In fact, she was genuinely grieving the same thing, but she has a different narrative about it. And in her mind, God was synonymous with whiteness, so anything else is other races. So two things. It helped my friend see the goodness of this woman, because she wouldn't have seen that from a distance. And also, meeting with her week after week after week, only then could she have been vulnerable enough to say, I can share this and I'm not going to be shot down or unfriended. So that's the other part. This is thankless, long, messy work in the trenches of life, but it will yield something, hopefully. Oh, wait, there's one here. Oh, here, and then here, and then we'll wrap up.
First of all, I want to clarify, I think I've been here most of the last 3 days, so and I'm a social introvert, so I don't get to be around people that I am like-minded with much. So
Me either.
Torn. I'm kind of torn between, I want to sit at the feet of Jesus, but I also want to socialize, and it's distracting, like Mary and Martha in one. Anyway. So truth, I was with my pastor at yesterday's session, my retired pastor, and I mentioned to her on all this talk about fear, and I've told her this before. One of the lines from a sermon I've never been able to get out of my head was, I can't tell you the verse that she was talking about or the context exactly, but I know obviously in the Bible it says, do not fear, repeated, repeated, repeated.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked a lot about fear, and she said in the sermon, when we are afraid, we seek safety, not truth. And so that made so much, that just put a twist on the lens for a long, long time. And it helps me to suspend some of the defensiveness for a minute and entertain the idea that I'm dealing with someone who's afraid and doesn't feel safe. And sometimes I don't.
Right.
For a lot of the reasons everybody's already told. And then Thursday was the question I never brought up, but it was from a lecture, like probably in the time leading up to the 2016 election. It was even before that. Krista Tippett, I was listening to a lecture, and she said, if we're ever going to have meaningful dialogue, we're going to have to put a lot more work and energy into asking better questions. And I think you've addressed that on today a little bit, and sometimes something Alejandro brought up earlier. Anyway, but I think questions about what is mess? What are we afraid of? What messes bother us? What are we avoiding? That's, and then Brene Brown has done all this research on shame. I'm sure some of you have heard of her and some of you haven't. But all this research on shame, and it comes from all different places, and vulnerability, but one of the common denominators is for everybody is it comes from some place of disconnection. We feel disconnected. We get into this shame.
Yes.
And so when somebody said, I don't know how to influence you, or I'm afraid to tell you what my truth is, not knowing what yours is, it's like my fear is I'm going to make the mess bigger. I'm going to increase the disconnection rather than bridge the connection.
And that's sometimes that's okay. Thank you for being an introvert and being around so many people. Let's all go up to her and make her feel awkward later. I think it's true, and we tend to, we're impatient people, and we want results right away, and we want to fix things. And here's the truth about it. The process that you just talked about may cause more of a disruption initially, and it might cause an irreconcilable difference. And what I want us to hear today is sometimes we do want to preserve the relationship, but sometimes we have to, Jesus teaches to shake the dust off your feet and move on at some point. We also have to realize that sometimes losing some of our relationships is the collateral damage of us moving into a more authentic place. Then when I started becoming LGBTQ affirming and talking about it, I lost church friends, family members, but I will gladly have done that because it opened me up to a whole new community, and it allowed people who are LGBTQ to hear a pastor say, you are loved as you are. So it was a trade-off that I was willing to make. So sometimes the story isn't a happy ending with regard to one of those relationships, but it expands who you are going forward, and you are a person of congruence in a different way. So both of those could happen. There were two up here.
Yeah, first I wanted to thank you for mentioning the peacemakers. Whether it's MSNBC or Fox News, I hear hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of military leaders interviewed. Not one pacifist. Not a voice who would say, wait a minute, you're taking too many resources away from people who desperately need those.
Yes.
Cut back a little bit. What I think is pertinent here is there's compassionate fatigue at a couple of levels. One is the individuals that have the stories and can be helped. And the other is passionate compassionate fatigue with what you would call systems, or I'd call infrastructure.
Yes.
And I have become filled with compassionate fatigue at that upper level. I'm tired. There's no way I can make a voice sound. So I go to individuals, immigrants. It is so much more rewarding. I've gotten away from my compassionate fatigue. What do you do with the other kind of passionate fatigue?
Well, it's also realizing that there are seasons where we do different kinds of work. And so for some of us, you don't have to always be in some sort of activism. And also what you touched on was activism it can take many forms, and it should reflect your personality, right? So you don't all need to be jerk bloggers. That job is taken. Right? You don't have to be subversive pastors. You could just be an extension of who you are, and your activism could be quieter, more personal. So you don't have to always fight. If you're not a big activist and you don't want to fight the system, or you're disheartened by the system, then stay in the place where you feel you have some agency and effectiveness, because that's also what we need. We need some wins in this work. If it's all failure, you're just going to get so disheartened. So I wouldn't beat yourself up for losing hope in the bigger structures and systems, but go, I say, step into what is working for you today. Yeah. Oh, there we go.
You know, it brings me back just to thinking about the beginning of the church, as you've mentioned before, and the day after the crucifixion, when there was confusion and the leader left, not in the right way. And the people who were a ragtag bunch who went to an upper room and did a whole lot of praying. And eventually, the words that were given to them to stay there and don't go anywhere until the power comes did just that. They stayed. They took their place. They heeded the word.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, the power fell. And then they heeded the word again, and they went out. But they didn't go out without the power, because it was the power that directed the very steps that they took when they went out.
Love it.
So I think, you know, if we are in a place of confusion, that maybe we're not shifting enough onto the power, the very base of the power that propels us in the direction we are to go, even if we don't know the direction we are to go, but it will keep us safe as we travel the roads less traveled by.
I love that, Jean. Thank you. And I would say probably, you know, we can look at a group of people and say, you know, they say God is all-powerful, and yet they're so filled with fear, they're afraid of everything. They're afraid of immigrants, LGBTQ people. They don't really trust God. God is not, their God is actually too small. And sometimes we might have to confess that we don't trust in that God will overcome, or that love does conquer death, or all these things will be made right eventually. That can be hard because we've got data in front of us, so even trusting in things beyond what we can see is a challenge nowadays, for sure. I think, is that it? Do we have any? There's one more down here.
Talking about this list and how we don't always.
Quick closing.
Oop, are we out of time?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. I recently was on a flight out east,
Okay.
and sitting 3 across, and I was on the window, and there was a larger man in the center, and we started up a conversation, and it seemed like it could go on for the whole flight or not. I mean, it was very easygoing. Found out he's Lutheran, I'm Lutheran. His wife is on council, I'm on council, and we're just going along, and he said, our council doesn't always do very much. We just, I said, well, that's okay. It's good to have a place to be in community, especially the way the world is now. And he leaned over and he said, well, if he gets elected again and just does exactly what he did before, everything will be fine. And I just laughed and I said, oh, you're not kidding. And I thought, I'm in a tin can, And
Yeah.
we're
Where are the
in-
parachutes?
We're in the air, and the gentleman on the aisle is sitting like this. And I said, I'm just going to ask you some questions because I've never talked to one of you before. And no response, no reaction, and I just asked the standard questions. And he was not a Fox orphan. He every single answer. And he said, just look it up, you should look it up, just look it up. And no, we don't know, we only saw little bits, and we don't know, and we don't know. And I finally just said, I think we look things up in different places. And you want me to say yours is truth, and I believe mine is truth. And I said, I'm just done. Some question just ended it. And I looked out the window and thought again, we're in a tin can, and we only still have an hour to go. And I just pulled up a picture of my dog on my phone. I said, I have a dog. Do you have a dog? And we talked about, he just completely pivoted with me, and we talked about his daughter's wedding. And his daughter had married the love of her life, and her name was Marcia. And my brain was not blown until then. And I thought, nobody's one thing. How can you carry all of those things at the same time? And proud of his family, and
Yeah. Well, people are complex, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
And but thank you for having the courage to have that conversation. As a serial introvert, I put in the earbuds the minute I sit down as a message. There will be no small talk here. Couple things, friends. I really want to thank you. I know it's a long time to listen to anyone speak, and I'm grateful for your presence and your encouragement. I just want to share a couple quick words. I said that I'm a collector of stories, a war correspondent, and in the stories that I collect, there's a pattern to what people share with me. Whether they're transgender teenagers or Muslim activists or migrant fathers or racial justice workers, they never say, John, could you be less bold? Could you be less loud? Could you be less confrontational? What they usually say is, where are the decent Christians now? Because the only faith expression we're seeing is something predatory and exclusionary and hateful. Where is the Christianity that resembles Jesus? And I think for many people in this room, this is an invitation for you. But I just finished a book called Worth Fighting For, and it basically says, whatever we love is worth doing something that costs us. And I know there is an Iowa worth fighting for, right? There is an America worth fighting for. There are disparate human beings worth fighting for. And we are those fighters. And so there's no denying that so much of what we've seen over the past few years has been disheartening and grief-worthy. Yet as bad as it gets in America or in Iowa, we still have our hands and our voices and our gifts and our resources and our platforms and our privilege and our lives to leverage to make it less terrible. I didn't come here to tell you how bad things are. You know that or you wouldn't be here. I'm not here to tell you how bad things are. I'm here to remind you how good you are. Today is not about anyone else's inhumanity. It's about your humanity. It's not about one group of people's cruelty. It's about your empathy. There is something you always have. You have proximity and agency. You're always in a place, and you can always do something in that place. It doesn't really matter who is in the seats of power. It doesn't really matter how horrible the legislation that gets passed is. It doesn't matter how much the evangelical church rejects Jesus and his teachings. It doesn't matter how compromised the courts are. It doesn't matter how predatory the preachers or the politicians become. Or should I say, it all matters, but not as much as what really matters. See, their violence is not the point. Your capacity for love is the point. That love and your courageous, compassionate expression of that love, it is the only plan. And so I encourage you today to go out with as much courage and compassion as you can and to love as well as you can, and we'll trust with everything else. So go into an Iowa that needs you and know that you are loved and valued. Thank you, friends. Peace. Thank you.
if you didn't have enough of John today or yesterday, tomorrow we finish. At 9 o'clock in the fellowship hall, we'll have a Q&A time, so no formal speeches, but response to more questions. And by the way, you asked tremendous questions today.
Yep.
I think he encouraged that. And then John will be the preacher at the service at 10 o'clock. I want to end, and I have to mention this again as TIR. Remind you, we do have those donation boxes in the back, because we appreciate it. A number of you said great things during lunchtime. John, I'm going to end with a final comment. You know, one of the things you picked up Thursday night and mentioned again, that you're like a war correspondent. I had a son who was in the State Department for 20 years, and knowing Israel was mentioned, the hard work of diplomats. In a sense, John, you are a diplomat for helping us see other worlds. And my son had a coffee cup that said, "A really good diplomat is someone who tells you to go to hell, and then you thank him for arranging the trip."
I love it.
Oh, thank you all.
Yeah, go forth. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my friend.